Yo! I'm fresh. You know what? It feels good to be fresh. What feels better, though, is being fresh every day of my life. I've been fresh since day one. Since day zero. Okay. Here's the plan, guys. We kill Retail WoW and bring back Dragonflight, specifically for Freehold and Dragonflight Season 2 again. That's what we're doing. And we also kill Classic, because Dranet is addicted to Classic WoW. Dude, this song goes so unbelievably hard. I think I need more BFA. I've got to get the Waycrest Manor music in here as well. Good afternoon, yes. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Of course, this is a little warm-up stream. Get everyone aware that we're live. We're going to be talking about Stop Killing Games in about an hour from now. So yeah, stay tuned. Stay tuned, my friends. What does that even mean? Okay, so, and well, you're about to find out for one, but just a bit of an overview. Stop Killing Games is a consumer initiative that is aimed at preventing video games companies from destroying games and leaving them in a completely unplayable state after support has been dropped for them, right? So basically it's a consumer initiative in the EU to try and create legislation that will basically make it so that if you want to sell your games in the EU, you need to have like a proper end-of-life plan for your games. So, you know, I'm sure you're aware of certain video games, especially some like MMOs, right? Okay, that are dead, right? Unplayable. And the goal is to prevent that from happening. And it's not so that, you know, companies have to run servers forever or anything like that. That's not the, that's not the objective. It's just so that the consumer can still access their product in some way after support for the game has been dropped. Yeah, it's like Final Fantasy XIV post Dawn Trail. Well, no, well, I don't know, because I understand it. Like, you know, that this is not the same thing, right? I think you know, if people aren't happy with Final Fantasy right now, no, we can't make them bring it back. Yeah, it'll be stuff like WildStar. Because, of course, that was a game that was totally dead. But not just MMOs, guys, and not even just necessarily like live service games. The biggest issue is doing, yeah, because, of course, there's a petition in the UK as well. But yeah, it's like the EU petition is going really well currently, and the UK petition is also going to be considered by Parliament as well. It's met its signature goal too, which is very cool. Private Guild Wars 2 servers. Well, again, this would only apply to games that are at their end of life. So as in, like, they're fully dead, right? So no, it's not the aim of Stop Killing Games is not so you can run your private server while the game is still alive and being run, being run by the company. Pirate Software had a different take than everyone else. Is taking some heat. Yeah, Pirate Software is not the biggest fan of the movement. That is true. But we're not going to be talking about that, guys. Like, this is actually this is serious business, right? And we're not talking about drama today. I know everyone loves it. Can be very entertaining, but we're not going to be talking about that. How do you run so fast? Well, I mean, I've got swiftness, I guess. I don't know. I think it's a tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Now, the only question is are Lara and Sneb going to wake up in time? Because, look, I happen to know, guys, and this is cool, right? Lara was awake very late at night last night, working on her game, actually. Very cool. Little Timberwind development. Very exciting. And, of course, it's pretty early for Sneb. I think it's... what time is it for Sneb currently? I think it's 5 a.m. in Canada right now, where Sneb is at anyway. So, you know, it's bright and early for him. How can I unlock the new weapons? Mid-End Dragons didn't even finish the story, got all the new DLCs. I mean, you just got to keep playing through the expansions. New weapons are in Secrets of the Obscure and Janto Wilds. Yeah. 7 a.m. in Florida? Hell yeah. Bright and early to stop killing games. That's what we like to see. 49k Eliver. It's crazy that that's still the game as well. Like, the fact that we've got like close to 50k DPS builds is pretty wild. We're absolutely cranking. It's Giga DPS. Giga DPS has arrived in Guild Wars 2. Nice, so am I gaming. Thank you much for the raid. Very kind of you. Whisper was about 40k. Look, I remember when it was actually kind of crazy when a build did 30k. A build doing 30k DPS was a big deal. And now it's 50. Is there a mobile game you consider good or worth playing? I actually think stuff like Bloons Tower Defense is pretty good. Yeah, like Plants vs. Zombies is actually still a good game. Not the second one, specifically the first one. I think is a fun mobile game. I really like, there's some like really good tower defense games, I think, on mobile that I actually really enjoy. Oh yeah, you can play OSRS on mobile as well. Yeah, I think the thing that I don't like about some Bloons games is they make them kind of grindy, right? Like, and you have to, I think not every Bloons game is like this, but there was a version of Bloons that I played, I think it was like Bloons 5 on mobile. And it was kind of grindy, or you could like pay to win, basically. That was pretty frustrating. I'm not sure if like the newer versions are like that as well, but yeah. So, but there are some good mobile games for sure. Yeah. Not my chosen platform though, definitely. Also, guys, I'm going to make a confession. I messaged Lara and told her we started already. I think she's too tired to have read it yet, but I'm hoping we get her with that one. What do you think will happen in the first part of the new X pack? We don't know if we get any new map or new content. Oh, people are a bit confused about this. There's going to be map and story on the expansion, obviously. This is the first quarterly update that doesn't. I think ArenaNet should maybe clarify that, actually, because like a couple of people actually have been a little bit confused and have maybe been a little bit worried about the actual expansion launch. But no, there will be map and story content on launch, of course. That would be that would be very, very bad if that was not the case. Yeah, very much so. Shouldn't it be clarified? Well, I mean, yeah, I obviously, you know, I did understand, but it's something that a fair few people have actually been a little bit worried about, so it might be worth a little clarification because I think people did get a little bit bamboozled by it. But yeah, I do agree. It wouldn't really make a lot of sense to sell an expansion with like no content on launch. Yeah. Improve the accessibility of the raid scene. I think it's good to combine. I actually think the reward structure change is really big, actually. Hopefully they make it daily, because the really big problem with Guild Wars 2 raiding right now is that the population's too low. Specifically, the population's way too low for weekly lockouts, right? It's much better to have daily lockouts, because like, it's easy to get a group for Icebrood Saga Strikes, but it's definitely a lot harder to get a group for raids, which have a weekly lockout. Because like, basically, like, it's probably pretty okay on Monday, like where things are relatively active, but after that it's going to drop off a cliff after everyone's done their weekly clear. So making it so you can kind of go back and farm a little bit every day, I think is going to be a big deal, yeah. It's going to be very good. Just no map on patch 1. There's no map or story on patch 1, yeah. Well, I mean, essentially, there's not a lot of new content in patch 1. We don't know if there's going to be 0 new content, but they said that the patch is basically going to be like very heavily focused around kind of fixing systems and refocusing core systems. It sounds to me like that's going to be where they do the raid and strike combination. That seems to be like the major systems rework they're going for this expansion. So I'd imagine that's what's going to happen, right? Like the first patch will be the raid and strike combination, like combining those two systems into one. If I can do it in one day. Yeah, that was actually a cool implementation that someone in chat brought up. I think that is an option. So that they could make it so you could get the rewards 7 times a week. And you could do it all in one day if you want to, or do it daily if you'd otherwise prefer. I do think that having a daily lockout, I know that people aren't the biggest fan of dailies, but I actually think it would really help raids so that like people have a good reason to re-engage with the content every day to kind of keep the scene alive and make the LFG more active. So I think a daily lockout would be very beneficial to the game there. Even though I know it's a little bit contrived, a little bit scuffed, I think it would be very good for the health of the game. Expat launched Soto and Jantha Wilds launched here. Updates 2 and 3 will be a substantial increase because of what have been patch 1 has been moved into patches 2 and 3. Correct, yeah. And they also noted that overall it will be like a modest increase. So it's not going to be like a huge increase to the amount of content they're releasing, but like it's a modest increase to the amount of content they're releasing. But yeah, their goal is basically to like what the issue they're trying to address is they don't have enough content in the expansion to fit into 3 updates, right? They don't make enough stuff for 3 updates. So instead of 3 kind of updates that aren't really satisfying the player base right now, they're going to try and do 2 that do, which I think is an intelligent kind of observation, right? Like obviously it's sad to me that they are not able to find a way to do 3 updates that satisfy people, because I think it is worth noting, guys, that they used to do that, right? That they kind of used to have that. They used to be able to do that with the older models. But yeah, that's just not where we're at right now. We're not in the position where ArenaNet is going to be able to actually deliver that, unfortunately. For launch 1, 2, and 3. Oh yeah, well, I was talking about the quarterly releases, but yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. You obviously have the launch patch too. Wouldn't be better since Soda closing up? Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you for sure. I think this approach will be better. Because that will allow them to do like proper, well, hopefully they can do kind of more proper maps and proper story updates. Because I think, I still have concerns though, Dalvin, like my major concern is, they're not going to have like that much more playtime, right? That much more playtime, like story hours in the game. That still concerns me with like how much they're able to actually express. Like, I think they're still going to struggle to actually express the kind of like a really cool narrative in a relatively short amount of screen time. Because let's assume that each story update is like an hour and a half, which I think is not impossible. I think it won't be an hour and a half though. It'll probably be more like an hour and 15, I want to say, if we kind of merge all of them together. Because like, in Jantha Wilds, each story update was about 45 minutes long, approximately. So for a running total of 2 hours and 25 minutes, I think that's probably going to go up to more like 2.5 hours. That's still pretty tight, in my opinion. So I do have concerns that they're able to kind of express a really cool story within the relatively short amount of time that they actually have access to. But yeah, we'll see. The average player that plays 10 hours or less per week doesn't need 3 big updates per year. Having launched with short updates is more than enough. This is such a weird Guild Wars 2 perspective to me. It's like, I have never seen a games community say, yeah, I'm glad we're getting like less frequent updates to the game. I think that's very, Guild Wars 2 is a very weird way of looking at this, in my opinion. And I think it is worth noting, there's kind of a reason for this. The reason why ArenaNet go the other direction is because they want to have those updates, right? Like, it's good for them. If they have, like, updates every 3 months, that's, like, more opportunity for them to basically sell microtransactions and get people to log in, right? They want people to log in frequently. Yeah. Elite specs, yeah, that's pretty much good enough for me anyway, like, because, I can still play the game. I do think, though, you have to be really careful saying this, and this is something that I hope people, kind of do temper their expectations a little bit. Like, the content is still king. The most important thing in the expansion is, are the maps good? Is the story good? Is there actual content? Right? Because, look, getting new toys to play with doesn't really mean that much if you don't have anything good to do with them, right? Like, yeah, it's kind of fun to have new elite specs, but what is there to do with those elite specs? That's, like, a really important thing. Like, spears were cool, right? But I think Jantha Worlds really actually lacked a lot of stuff to do with those spears, especially on launch. You obviously had the raid, which I think worked out really well, but that's a relatively niche, like, minor, portion of the player base who do that stuff. Elite spec, are we expecting that? That's a good question. I remember some of the things I was working on became obsolete too quickly for me to even experience them. Yeah, that's definitely the nature of WoW, right? Like, the game moves along pretty quickly. But that's not really the point, though, because you're not talking about content being evergreen. You're saying, well, we're getting very infrequent, we're getting more infrequent updates, and like. I don't know, it's weird. But I know what you mean about WoW, though. I think it's definitely like a really weird thing. Like, retail WoW, even I feel like it's a little bit too fast right now because I'm trying to spin a lot of plates. I've got a lot of stuff going on with real life. Like, retail WoW is hard to keep up with. Not in terms of vertical progression, by the way. That's not what I'm talking about here. Like, just in terms of, like, the amount of content the game releases, it feels like you're always like, man, here comes the next raid, gotta progress that. Here comes the next Mythic Plus season, gotta do that, right? It's like, the game moves very quickly. New half classes and half-assed mini specs. I actually really disagree with that. Hero talents are, in my opinion, a massive success for WoW. I think they're maybe not the best design-wise because I think they kind of add, I want to say, unnecessary complexity. I'm not the hugest fan of adding stuff like that to the game. I view it as kind of a little bit bloaty. So I'm not actually the biggest fan of the fact that they exist. But the actual implementation, I think, is very good. There's a couple of notable ones that are kind of boring, to be honest. Like, some are really, really cool. Like, the Death Knight ones are all insane and really, really cool. I'd say the Paladin ones, too. And then you've got stuff like the Rogue one, which is like you flip a coin that, like, doesn't even have, like, much of a visual effect. It's, like, a little bit lame. But, like, a lot of the gameplay modifications of hero talents are actually, like, they're very impactful and very fun to play with. Maps and one's better than Soto, but it managed to do worse into the story, a bigger pain point. I actually agree with that, Magic Boy. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think I do think Jantha Worlds is better than Soto, but, like, weirdly not much better than Soto, if you know what I mean. I don't think it's that much better. It's almost kind of close. Mini-specs are not as impactful. Yeah, but they're not really supposed to be. They're not supposed to be, like, reality warping. They're, like, little bits of extra flavor that modify your playstyle. And they do modify your playstyle. Like, and again, to be fair, some more than others. I think they're not all amazing, for sure. But, like, for example, like, Sanlan on Death Knight is very different to Deathbringer, with, like, the way that you approach it. And, like, the way that it works mechanically, and, like, changes, like, what stats you're looking for. It changes, like, how gives you, like, new things to play around and so on. But yeah, like, hero talents are not elite they're not supposed to be elite specializations. They're supposed to be much more than that. Because if you think about it, right, elite specializations are the specializations in WoW, right? Like, you're a mage, and then you specialize into fire, arcane, or frost, in the same way that you could be, a tempest, a weaver, or a catalyst, right? Like, you already have that level of specialization there, and there's like another layer on top of that, which is the hero talent. Yeah, I think you're actually really right about this, Dalvin. Yeah, like homesteads, I feel like should have been a way bigger win than they actually are for Guild Wars 2. And who knows? Maybe they are like really. You know, a lot of people are enjoying them under the hood. It's like a little bit hard to say, I think. But yeah, I do agree. It should have been a bigger win. And this is where I hate to say this, guys. I really do. This is where being a microtransaction game like backfires hard. Right? Because if they're going to add homesteads, they have to monetize it. And they did monetize it pretty aggressively, right? Notably, right, making it very expensive so that you know, to incentivize buying gold so that people will buy gold to fill out their homestead and so on. And I think that was tough. I think that turns what should have been a massive win into something that is almost like a bit inaccessible to a lot of the player base because of how expensive they are. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Yeah, and also there's a couple of problems with the implementation. The implementation with like using the story instance system, ooh, that really was not it. That was really, really not it. Rigid spec system is upsides of like Guild Wars 2's more fluid build. I mean, I like Guild Wars 2's build crafting as well. But bear in mind, right, like it does kind of boil down to the same thing. You're going to be playing, there's always like an optimal build. I think you'd actually be really surprised like how much you can do with the WoW system if you actually want to. It's like, yeah, every class is like designed top down, like it has a plan. But on the other hand, there's honestly kind of a lot of different like variants you could play if you want to. Yeah, it's not to the same extent as Guild Wars 2, but it's a lot less rigid than you're giving it credit for. It's just that obviously, you know, there's the best build and people are going to play the best build. There's actually kind of a lot of different approaches. They're a bit more horizontal and scalable. I don't think it's very horizontal and very scalable. I actually disagree with that. They're almost certainly going to... I can't imagine they'll add more. I think they'll replace them. So there'll be different hero talents in the next expansion. Because the problem with that Blizzard's going to have is they can't, like... If they add 2 hero talents per class... 3 hero talents, basically, per class, per expansion, that's actually insane. Because, like, you know, WoW moves fast, right? Like, they do an expansion every 1.5 years. If they add another 2 hero talents per... 3 hero talents per class, per expansion, and basically adding, like, a new hero talent every 6 months to every class in the game. That's insane. You can't do that. They almost certainly have to replace them. So you won't be playing, say, Deathbring and Sandland in the next expansion. They'll replace them with new ones appropriate to the next expansion. Huge. It's fine, but it should be unlocked for everyone, just talking to LA NPC. I actually agree with that, yeah. I think they might go that way. They've already talked about the fact that there is going to be homestead support in the next expansion. So I think what they might do is they might make the homestead feature kind of baseline, and then, like, instead of... and then basically you just own... You can get access to different houses based on the expansions that you own, right? So they'll probably try and like distribute it, and I guess there'll probably be like another homestead mastery for the next expansion too, I guess, that also ties into it. So they'll basically probably make like the homestead thing like multi-expansion, because I think it will be, yeah, I mean, because it will be like really weird to like throw that away and have it tied to one expansion. It'd be weird as hell. Do you guys think this next expat will be the last? I think it's possible, yeah, but not because it won't do well. It's because I think ArenaNet wants to move on to Guild Wars 3. Have you seen the video games EU statement in perhaps some devil's advocating? I haven't read their full statement, but I saw like their smaller statement. But if we can have a quick look at it. Reduce to player protection. I think this is a dumb argument. This is ridiculous. they're saying like, oh, okay, in the ability of games companies to continue to protect players from illegal or harmful content or conduct. Well, okay, yeah, yeah. Cheating can become rampant without proper enforcement. Okay, I don't really see how this is particularly relevant, to be honest. Right? Like, how is that relevant? Yeah. Like, they don't have to do that. Like, we're not asking for them to do that. They don't have to protect the players. Right? Just say, you know, look, and I think Ross went over this in the video where he talks about this. He says, yeah, okay, fine. Add a splash screen that says, use at your own risk, right? Like, we have zero liability for anything weird that happens, right? In that situation. Increase security risk. Game code or server binaries to facilitate the creation of private servers operated by players could expose game companies to consider bad actors. I think there is, in my opinion, there actually is some legitimacy here. Like, if you release especially if you release source code and there's like some similarities with it to some of your other games, there could potentially be an exploit that players basically find an exploit or a bug within the code that could then be used to exploit other game servers. I guess some legitimacy there, to be honest. Like I think that is like a challenge you can give, but then I think there are ways around that. Like, you can 100% say, well, you know, people are probably going to find that anyway, but you could also say as well, okay, in that case, like, we'll try and find another solution. Like, for example, you could release packet documentation for how the server works, right? Instead of like releasing all of the source, just give people basically a blueprint to make their own private server, essentially. And basically facilitate allowing people to be able to connect to any IP that they want so that the players can engineer their own servers and then distribute that instead. So I think there's a couple of approaches to that sort of thing. Yeah. Dude, fucking Lara is messaging me with like the endless dialogue. I am awake, I am aware. Yeah. 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 Whoa! Guys, Dark Lara is active. Lara just messaged me, suffer and die in terror. That's crazy. Whoa! That's crazy. Yeah. Is it worth it when you play Star Guild Season late? Yeah, sure. Let's see why not. Game's not going anywhere. But yeah, so I think the security thing, I think you can honestly talk about that. And I think that there's compromise to be found there, right? In terms of the security risks. Because yeah, like if you're using a similar server, that could expose other services run by the same company to attacks. I think, yeah. But again, there are other ways that you could potentially comply that wouldn't involve you potentially exposing security vulnerabilities. Significant engineering and architectural challenges. Online players on private says significant engineering and architectural challenges to many games. This is an interesting one. It definitely would require you. It would require you to change the way that games are developed to an extent, right? But would it be harder to do? That's like the question here, because it certainly would kind of encourage studios to develop games in ways that they can be run without, you know, all the microservices and extra stuff that's attached to a game, right? Like basically making it so you can like pull out like the game logic a little bit easier. Does that make it harder to develop a game? I don't know. Not necessarily, I think. It certainly means you have to look at it differently, but is that necessarily going to be like more difficult or more expensive? I think that's much more questionable if that's going to be the case. Negative impact on investment in games, jobs, growth, and consumer choice? Ha, 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 ha. No. Ensuring an online game can work without official support will require a significant investment in engineering resources. I think that is a very debatable statement, to be honest. Yeah, give me a break, bro. I think the analogy here was like car companies saying, oh, we can't possibly afford to make cars if we have to put seatbelts in them. And I think this is like a thing. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think this is accurate, to be honest. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Like, No, you guys still want money. It could lead to increased costs for consumers and less choice. I absolutely do not think that, in my opinion, no. Yeah. Reputational harm. And this one I think is legitimate, by the way. Allowing players to run private servers with online interaction possibilities could result in players using those games in ways that don't align with the game's company's brand values, leading to a negative association with the brand, therefore harming its reputation. I actually think, by the way, this is fair. And this is an example that I'm going to bring up, guys, in the thing, because this is actually about an MMO. And it's going to be Dark Flame Universe. This is not quite the same thing that Stop Killing Games is asking for. It's worth noting, guys, that actually before we talk about this, I really should notice this. Stop Killing Games does not want private servers to be legal. Like, I think that's actually a slightly, insidious, slight misrepresentation that's going on in this document. That's not what SKG is asking for, right? Not necessarily anyway. It would be one way that you could do it, but it's certainly not the only way that you could comply with this. Because, and anyway, yeah, to go to the example here, is that Dark Flame Universe was a reverse engineering project for LEGO Universe, and they actually ended up talking to the LEGO group, right? And basically LEGO was concerned about 0.5 here. LEGO was concerned about 0.5. They didn't really want people running public private servers that obviously had LEGO branded products on it, and therefore could end up being associated with LEGO. And the agreement they came to was that basically you're allowed to run this server, you can build this server yourself and run it privately, friends and family, but you can't run it publicly, right? And I think that would be, in my opinion, like a fair compromise for 0.5. If we have this game that, you know, could be associated with the brand, I think it's a completely reasonable expectation from the company that you do not host this private server publicly, right? And you don't, you know, try to misrepresent the original brand in any way. So you can't impersonate the brand, you can't sell your private server, right, charge money for it, right, or kind of engage in any kind of like unseemly conduct, right, with that. I think that's a completely fair expectation. So I think that 0.5, I think is like very much within bounds, you know, within SKG, right? I don't think that's actually a problem. Not fully into the company, I agree, yeah, and you can obviously have like you know, you can absolutely say that you need to have disclosure and be like very clear that this is not associated with the original company as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, the voice acting's back for Guild Wars 2. That's actually really good. It's been a long time coming. I'm really glad they were able to resolve that. So yeah, I actually think that 0.5 here is legitimate, and again, this should be thought about if, you know, if there is any legislation that happens there as well. Okay, let's see what here. Erosion of intellectual property rights. Mandating games companies keep their online games operable post-official support would undermine the rights and autonomy, deciding how their intellectual property is utilized. There is a vital interest in maintaining effective copyright protection, including protection against circumvention of technologies that control access to copyrighted video game software, where circumvention is undertaken in circumstances that would lead to the unauthorized public exploitation of games. I mean, yeah, again, but I don't really think SKG is asking for this. I think that, yes, you shouldn't be able to sell somebody else's game. You shouldn't be able, no. And I would agree, like, you know, you shouldn't be able to necessarily distribute someone's game for free either. Like, that's not what SKG is asking for. SKG is asking for the game that a consumer has paid for should remain in a reasonably playable state. Not that I should be able to share this game with whoever I want, or I should be able to sell this game to whoever I want after support has been dropped. That isn't the objective here that's being gone here. And indeed, yeah, like if there, you know, I think that again, there's a legitimate concern about that redistribution. There's a legitimate concern about people profiting off that, or indeed kind of impersonating or misrepresenting like the original copyright holder. Again, this is not something that SKG is looking for, right? That's not the objective here. Competition community toward Convergence. Again, SKG only applies to dead games, right? Requirement lead to community support versions competing with official versions. Yeah, I think okay, so they're talking about stuff like Nostalrius, right, and private WoW servers. SKG does not advocate for that, and I think there isn't a case for that. Like, if the official version of the game is still being supported and sold, definitely sold, right? Then yeah, I think that you shouldn't do that. You should not be distributing a privately run, a third-party alternative to the game. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Yeah, this is not the objective, right? Is to run an alternative whatsoever. And again, it doesn't even necessarily have to be public, right? Retroactively, no, it would not be retroactive. Yeah, yeah. As of right now, yes. Yeah. However, I believe not necessarily public. Right, as well. Like, for example, I think it will be completely amicable for SKG if it was simply, you can run a private server for your friends and family, similar to Dark Flame Universe. I would say another thing that's worth noting, I've got this in my notes too, guys, right? Do not let companies gaslight you into thinking this can't happen. A fantastic example that was brought up to me yesterday when we were kind of chatting about this and what we're going to be doing today was very much the Homecoming Service project for City of Heroes. And this is remarkable. This is, above and beyond what Stop Killing Games is looking for here. But this private server project, I believe, originated from a leak of the source code of the server. This ended up even obtaining a limited license with NCSoft, right, the publisher, of course, of this video game, and they're actually continuing the game in an official capacity. It's remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Interview start. It starts in about 10 minutes, so I'd actually better go to the stream starting soon screen and get everyone together. Yeah. So yeah. Like this is like, don't let companies gaslight you into thinking that this is like completely inconceivable. Like this has already happened, right? This has literally already happened. That companies have been able to come to reasonable agreements, right? With reasonable agreements with third parties and the players with this kind of stuff. Yeah. Forfeit of licensing and reproduction rights. Modified copies of online. When necessary, games companies either license additional rights or refrain from enforcing them, efficiently into a forfeiture of control over these rights. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a lawyer. Like, this is probably something that would need someone who actually knows what they're talking about to actually talk about in terms of rights and so on. But I think in a way that's kind of the point, right? It's like, yeah. We want to kind of extend the license that users have to be more consumer friendly, right? In such a way that, because like right now, guys, you want to see the license that you've got? I'll show you. Here's the license that Ubisoft give you. Upon termination for any reason, you must immediately uninstall the product and destroy all copies of the product in your possession. That's what Ubisoft say. They're implying physical copies here too, by the way, guys. If they cut support of a game, their license says you should find any discs you have and destroy them with a hammer, right? This is obviously a ridiculous thing, completely unenforceable, but you get the point, right? Like, like, in a way, duh, yeah, we want the licensing to be more favorable to the consumer, right? Yes, that is the point. Yeah. That's kind of the deal. Yeah. Tesla got no shot. There's no, I mean, like, that term is obviously ridiculous. There's no way you'd have any leg to stand on in terms of saying, oh yeah, please physically destroy any of the games that you have afterwards. No, ridiculous. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, look, this is kind of the point, yeah. Like, the point of consumer movements like Stop Killing Games is to prevent very anti-consumer business practice and to make these licenses more, less unfavorable to the consumer, right? I mean, yeah, like we can, it is what it is. And, and look, to be clear, guys, I do think that it's really, really important to have discussion. There have been some great kind of challenges and good questions for the movement. Like, I'm not like saying, oh, this is happening. There's nothing difficult about the implementation of Stop Killing Games, and there's no complexity or nuance. There obviously is. I think there are some really important considerations to make sure that, yeah, stuff like the reputation of brands is protected. I think, that's the way it is. For sure. But I also think, look, let's not kid ourselves. Companies like money. They're not going to stop making video games. I find it a little bit silly when they're like, we can't afford to make them anymore. It's like, yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. Concord private servers. Unironically though, I bet there are some people. I know that game was maybe not the best game in the world, but I bet some people really liked it. Seriously, I feel bad for the players who enjoyed that game and had fun that it's gone. Again, I'm not the most popular game ever, but still, yeah. Yeah, like Anthem. Like, Anthem is fully dead now. That's not good. Yeah. Okay, guys. I am drawing a dick on the car and complain it harms their reputation. I think it's a little bit different if you were running a version of the product that is like kind of identical. I would say it's more like making a copy of that car and then putting like a giant penis on the design, right? And in such a way that it looks like it's the original. I'm actually relatively sympathetic to this. Look, for example, if I was Lego, I would not be happy if someone was running a Lego private server. Because again, Lego is, it's a child-friendly brand, right? Like, it's cozy, it's comfy. I would not be happy if I was Lego, if someone was running a private server for Lego Universe publicly, and it had a bunch of people like hurling obscenities at each other. Yeah? Like, I think that's actually legitimate. You know what I mean? I can understand not being super happy about that with a kind of private server scenario. Price of Lego Universe? They do, yeah, but you're not allowed to run it publicly. It's a friends and family operation. But yeah, you are allowed to build your own server for Lego Universe. Yeah, it's Dark Flame. I was really excited about this. Dude, I'm going to tell this story on the stream. But guys, this is so brutal. I have a connection to this because I love Lego. And I'm not joking when I say this, guys. I loved it. I convinced my parents to get me Lego Universe. And I finally got into the game, guys, and I am not joking. I play for 1 day, and the game shuts down. Seriously, 1 day. Okay? 1 day. And then they shut it down. Unbelievable. Okay? Unbelievable. I was so hyped. I was like, this is the best thing ever. Lego MMO. I'm in. It's time. Yeah. What was the last Lego set you got? I think it was a Mindstorm. I haven't had a Lego set for ages, but the last one I got was a Mindstorm set, yeah. What I do, I basically like, played through the tutorial, basically, right? I, like jumped around in like the first area and like killed some of like the kind of like void creatures. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna quickly be right back. I'm gonna get in the call with everyone, get ourselves set up, and you kind of get chatting, and I'll be back for tea time. In yeah, like 10:15. I will see you guys then. I need to swap over to the tea time scene. Swap over to the tea time scene. Hello? There we go. Yeah, it is actually working. That's the good news. I think I'm actually a little on the quiet side. Let me boost myself up a little bit. Just a little. Wait, why is the chat spawning from the middle? You guys are spawning from the middle. Also, chat, you are going to behave impeccably. You are going to be the... Wait, is it wrong mic? You guys are going to be perfectly behaved. No weird stuff. Okay? Okay. Gamers, I will be right back.
Hello.
Hello.
It feels good to be back. It's been a while. And we are. This is important. Exactly.
It's important enough that I'm up at 6 in the morning.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Dedication.
Yeah.
Well, he just asked me to pick a number for essentially the time. I didn't know there would be other
No, it's fine.
time zones. I could have pushed it forward.
No, we are just excited to get
Hello, everyone. Are we audible? Okay, I'm audible. That's a good start. Yep. Okay, it's looking good. I think Snab is too loud. This guy yelling into the mic.
Oh no.
Yeah. But hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's been a little while since we've done anything like this. But we're here to talk about something super important and also, hopefully, quite a lot of fun. We're here to talk about stop killing games. And to help me do that, we've got Sneb, we've got Lara, and of course, we have the man behind the entire operation, the mastermind, as it were. We have Ross Scott. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, and I guess a good place to start would be, like some people will not necessarily be familiar with what's going on with Stop Killing Games. So tell us a little bit about it. Like, what is it? What isn't it? And like, why are we going here? Why are we doing this?
Sure. It's a consumer movement to challenge the legality of publishers selling you a game, and then later, without telling you when, they decide to shut it down and leave you with no options to continue running it or repairing it, that sort of thing. That's the simple version. The way we've gone about this has been many directions. The big one, we kind of have two big avenues left right now. For people in the EU countries, there's a European Citizens Initiative, which will bring this before European Parliament. And in the UK, there's a government petition ending in a few days, which will bring this before UK Parliament. And there's other things that are already in motion with bringing this consumer protection agencies in various countries. It's the sort of thing where it's simple in concept, but once you get into nuances, it just keeps multiplying the details. So you let me know where you want to go with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess just to kind of give people a bit of a flavor of how hostile to consumers like some terms are. There's the terms of service from or the end user license agreement for Ubisoft has been like floating around recently, and it's actually quite hilarious to read. Right, like in the termination section of the end user license agreement for Ubisoft, it actually says that upon termination for any reason, you must immediately uninstall the product and destroy all copies of the product in your possession. And that's implying physical copies as well. Like it's suggesting that if they stop supporting a game, you have to take a hammer and smash the disc that you might have if you have a physical copy. It's absolutely insane. It's like absurd. Obviously, they're not going to be capable of enforcing that, but like that's the insanity that currently games companies feel like they can essentially get away with currently with the way things are right now, which is just obviously insane. And yeah, the goal is to essentially prevent that sort of thing from even being on the table, right? And to allow consumers to continue to play games. And of course, like that is something that, here we are in an MMO space right now that's obviously going to be pretty close to the hearts of many players, right? Like MMOs are games that do die, right? And in the absolute sense, they just poof, disappear out of existence. I actually recall a really funny situation in a very old game called Dungeon Runners, where they actually had like an in-game. They were shutting down the servers, right? They had like an in-game bomb, and like it was set to expire when the servers were going to shut down, and the entire server literally exploded and just never came back at that point, which is quite remarkable. So like anything that can potentially preserve that is like a really big positive, I would say, in that kind of space there as well. And I think like where I'd want to go next is that I think it's important to note that this doesn't require, like the goal is not to make it so that companies have to run games forever, right?
Yes.
Of their own thing. It's very much that it needs to be such that the player can still access it, not that the company has to run a server for the rest of time, right?
Yeah, you're right. That's the number one misconception we've had is that some people think that, like you mentioned, an MMO, that, well, if the company's not running it, well, then it's down. So the only option is for them to run it forever. No, that's not it at all. What we're asking for are end-of-life plans so that when a company did have to shut down, they might. We're not specifying how, though we can get into that too. But for example, one thing they might do is say, okay, here's the server software we were hosting this with. We're going to strip out some parts that are, sensitive for privacy or industry secrets. Here's the rest of it. Here's the hardware we ran it on. Okay, now it's up to you if you want to keep running it. You're on your own. And then once at that point, the game can live indefinitely. And that's and the thing is, most video games already do this. MMOs, it's less frequent, but over time, we have seen lots of server emulators emerge from that. Actually, the first game I know of that did this practice, where they sell it to you as just a one-time fee, but then they don't tell you when it's going to shut down, is it's called Saga of Rhizome, which was an MMO. And once they shut it down, they released the source code. The community is saying, yeah, here you go. And that game is still playable today, even though they shut it down, though it might have come back in some form too. But yeah, and another aspect of this initiative is that it's not retroactive. It couldn't be even if we wanted it to. So this would be at some point in the future, if companies were still selling games or making new ones, it would start kicking in to protect them. So see, with some games, even if it's technically possible to have an end-of-life plan, it could be they've made all these deals with third-party vendors that they don't have permission to do that. So it's kind of legally handcuffed for that to happen. So for those, we might not be able to save, but we're trying to sort of break the cycle on this. And, plenty of companies with games out today might decide, okay, this might take an extra week of work, but we can comply, and then we can keep selling under this regulation. It varies a lot depending on the game, but we're trying to get just some bare minimum preservation standards, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in one of your videos, you actually spoke about like a very minimal approach. This would be just releasing packet documentation, right? Like essentially enabling players to potentially like develop their own server, or making it easier for players to essentially create some kind of version of the game that they could also run there as well on like a very minimalistic level.
Yeah, this is where it gets into the nuance fast, but I'll try to give the short version. We're not asking for that, because once we start asking for specific intellectual property, like again the packet documentation or source code or anything like that, that can trip up against copyright law. Yeah. So what we're literally asking for is to leave the game in a working state without having to connect back to them. Essentially what they already sold you, because you need some rights to even run the game. It's just like you mentioned, those clauses about you must destroy the game, or we can destroy it at any time for any reason. Those are terms that might already run afoul of existing EU law. So without those, they're kind of on the hook for making sure you have some way to continue running the game. Now where the packet documentation and source code and stuff might come in is maybe the EU Commission says, okay, well, having a working game might be too hard for too many companies. Maybe we could offer the equivalent of repair instructions as an alternative way to meet this requirement. So we can't demand that, but if the EU decides this is an acceptable alternative, we'll of course go for it, because that would still save tons of games. If people could just see how they work, then it wouldn't take, 5 years of reverse engineering a server emulator by Einstein-level geniuses working on it off and on. That would be much better. That would be a much better situation.
Yeah, because I mean, like at the end of the day, the current situation is nothing, right? Like that's pretty much what's going on now.
We have no rights right now. Well, it's unclear if we have rights. It's being tested in multiple courts at the moment. But, or the agencies, which will probably go to the courts. But
okay. I want to. I feel like I've been talking too much here. I want to bring this lot in. Yeah.
I have a big question. I think with any kind of consumer protections, there's a lot of misconceptions about what something might mean or not mean for both the consumers and for the companies. What are some of the biggest misconceptions about the Stop Killing Games movement right now?
Okay, well, again, the first one was that we're asking for endless support. We never are. Companies can end them anytime they want. We're not making any requirement on that. Another one is that we are forcing developers to give up their intellectual property rights. That one, again, it's nuanced, but we're basically asking them to honor what they've already sold, minus those terms which might be illegal already about, you must destroy the game, or we can take it away at any time for any reason. Well, any reason, that's another one. This is one that would have to be sorted out by the EU Commission, would be, and you might still be able to lose your game with cause. So if you were trying to hack their servers or trying to like wreck it for everybody, or, doing, or really doing gross violation of the terms, spewing obnoxious stuff everywhere, and they have it in their license agreement that they can terminate your access, that might still hold. If it wouldn't, then I think one solution I've seen companies do is for anyone who tries to cheat, they put them on a separate server. So all the cheaters go to the same server. So it's kind of a escape from New York scenario then. Let's see, what are the other misconceptions? Oh, one is that this will never work because they have all these terms in the license agreement saying, well, you signed it, there's nothing we can do. Well, the thing about license agreements is, strictly speaking, they're not legal documents. They can't supersede what the law says. So if consumer law says, no, you're entitled to this as a consumer right, then it doesn't matter. They could ask for your firstborn child in there, and it's not going to be enforceable. It's just going to defer. That part will be nullified, and it will defer to the contract. It'll defer to what consumer law says. Let's see, what's another misconception?
Well, let's actually talk about that one a little bit more. I think that one is particularly interesting. The reason it's interesting to me is because there's sort of an implied ownership when you purchase a game. I feel like it's such a stupid thing to say. Yeah, when you buy the game, people kind of feel like they own it after. But in the terms and conditions, they're saying, whoa, 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 you don't actually own anything, buddy. Like, we own everything, and we have the right to take it away at any time. And I think this in particular has a lot of ramifications for MMO players, or any game that has a lot of like microtransactions. Because if you think about this, they're essentially saying, hey, you could spend tens of thousands of dollars on our game. We could just take it all away at any time, and you would never be able to see that sweet, sweet skin again. That's really scary when you start to combine that with things like loot boxes. People can just have all this stuff stripped away at an instant. And think about what that means for a consumer who's like really emotionally attached to a game, or like it's a big part of their life. Somebody could just come in and say, actually, your hobby, it doesn't exist anymore, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, that's already happened for games where they've spent thousands of dollars in microtransactions. Something that all goes away. I've heard comparisons to, regulation needed on gambling. At least with gambling, you get to keep your winnings. You don't even get that from games. Some of these games. Yeah, as for the
Sorry, I actually do gambling research. So one of the things that I think is super interesting about what you've said is like people can't decide if like loot boxes and stuff are actually gambling because of the ownership thing. And so it allows games to skirt around a lot of other laws around gambling, because they can say, well, you just don't own anything. So what are you talking about? Like, it's not actually gambling. You're just throwing money away into the void. You don't actually get anything. Yeah, it's a scary like loophole, right? This idea that, well, you don't actually own it. You're kind of like renting it from us, but you kind of own it. That they're trying to masquerade that you own it to give you all of the psychological advantages of ownership, which is sort of this like attachment and passion for it or whatever. And then poof, it doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, that's an interesting element, because you mentioned how you don't own it. If we're going by the letter of the law, technically you haven't owned any of your games for decades. Even for physical ones, what you own is the plastic on the disc that contains that code, but you don't own that. But the thing is, in real world terms, of course you own lots of your games. If you have something that you can, that doesn't need to connect to a central server in order to run, who's going to take it from you? You can fire it up 20 years from now if the hardware and the software is kept the same, that sort of thing. But we're seeing now, like when you talk about the ability to actually come in and take all that away, and this was never really examined in the past because there wasn't much of a need to. Yet I've been trying to date it, I think until about 2004, every single video game ever sold, either you got to keep it and you could run it indefinitely, or it was a subscription service and you were told exactly when your access ended. So what's happening now is we're seeing so many games that are trying to be in that in-between state where, no, you don't own it and you're not being told how long it's going to last. So it's being sold as though it's a good, but then it's operated as though it's a service, but having the protections of neither one. And that kind of defies basic commerce, even, where I think you might have to go back to feudalism before you have conditions like that, where like, no, you don't own your home, or you're on the Lord's land, and it's at his pleasure that you get to stay here. He could send guards into your home and just take it back if he wants. It's kind of, that's kind of extreme analogy, but it's similar with the logic that's going on here.
I'm so curious, like, how you decided to take all of this on, right? I think that we as MMO players, we are so passionate about these games. I think that's why I care about this so much, right? Because it's like, these are like digital spaces people have memories to and stuff, right? Like somebody could be like, oh, that's where I met my husband in that specific area of this game. And then this whole world basically just vanishes out of nowhere. So I think we can all relate to that attachment a lot, right? But like, do you have a story yourself of how you decided to go for this initiative out of nowhere, basically?
Yeah, well, I really didn't want to. I kept hoping someone else with more time and drive and competence would take over this. I've been trying to like beat the drum. This has honestly bothered me since I was a teenager, just knowing that it could be destroyed like that. Because like you said, these are virtual worlds. I mean, I'm someone who appreciates like the aesthetics of just creative stuff, and not just games, but art, music, video, books. But the thing is, there are ways of preserving all of those other things if you're really determined to. There's some shows I'm only seeing now because somebody back in the 80s or 90s recorded it on a VHS tape, and it's blurry, but it's there, So I was trying to raise the alarm on this, I think since about 2015. And I've made several videos trying to see. At first I was thinking, okay, maybe the industry, I guess naively thinking, maybe the industry, there's a disconnect between people making the decisions and people making the games, that they realize they're kind of leading us off this cliff of being able to preserve the game, and we just need to make some noise about it so they'll kind of course correct on it. No, that was completely naive on my part. So then I tried to kind of push it more, saying like, trying to find legal arguments against this. Originally in the United States, which unfortunately is just incredibly locked down. It's technically not impossible, but every lawyer I've talked to about this says nothing less than an act of Congress can fix this in the United States. But what really finally made me sort of take up the helm on this was there was a game that was an almost perfect candidate to have this tested in various consumer agencies where the law isn't so locked down, like countries in Europe and also Australia, where it's not clear if what's going on is legal. They've just sort of been going with the flow with whatever the industry has done. And the game I used was The Crew, which it was advertised as an MMO, though there could only be 8 people on screen at any given time. So I don't know if that really qualifies. But the reason it was such a good candidate was because, first, it sold a lot of copies. There were up to 12 million players. So that meant a lot of people still had proof of purchase or receipts that they could send to consumer agencies. Even among people that were only watching my stuff, that even if it's a fraction of a fraction, that's still thousands of complaints. So that was very helpful. That will get their attention, not just be ignored. Another is that was by Ubisoft, and they are located in France, which has some of the strongest consumer protection laws in the world. And that's also within the EU, which also has fairly strong consumer protection regulations. So if there's any place to try it, that's the place. And the final reason is this is what I call a clean kill, and that there was no ambiguity about what happened here, because the entire game was shut down. No customer was compensated in any way or fashion. It wasn't like the multiplayer died, but the single player still worked. It wasn't like a DLC stopped working, or like another one we considered was Overwatch. But with Overwatch, they shut it down, but then the sequel was free, and then they gave some benefits to people who own the original. So a consumer protection agency might look at that and think, oh, well, they're trying to compensate the customers. So yeah, we don't need to look into this further. That would kill me if this failed due to a technicality like that. You know, to go through all this effort. You know, I either want us to win or lose big. In other words, not lose on this small thing where maybe if we redid it under better conditions, it might have worked, that sort of thing. So the stars kind of aligned on that, and that helped kicked off the consumer protection action. And during that same time, I interpreted this as my only chance, essentially, to try to push back against this. So I did a lot of research and found out, oh, we can petition governments. And that's also when I found out about the European Citizens Initiative. So I was just kind of attacking all fronts, essentially, and hope one of them gets through.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. And, you know, I think one thing that I also really want to hit on, and it's one of the reasons why Stop Killing Games is so exciting to me, is that, and I'm sure this is something that everyone has seen and can relate to, is that, like, I think there's almost a sense of almost like lost hope or apathy within the gaming community that there's nothing we can do. You know, these companies are being more and more aggressive with anti-consumer practice and bad business models and so on, and we just have to like sit here and take it, basically. But I think the fact that you know, we're kind of breaking out of the apathy a little bit, right? Like, people are really getting behind this. Obviously, you know, we're nearly at 1.4 million signatures now for this, which, by the way, is meaningful because, guys, like the EU is, you know, the EU is a powerful entity. Like, it stood up to huge companies like Apple, right? Like, very notably a couple of times. Like, the EU can make a difference on this, and I think it's so exciting that you know, Stop Killing Games is not only a very powerful and important initiative in its own right, but I'm really hoping that we could see a bit of a reversal with some of the trends we've been seeing in gaming, and that it could kind of energize people to continue to be advocates for consumer rights in digital spaces and beyond as well, of course. You know, I think there is, you know, not just within gaming, but kind of within, you know, within the world in general. I think people feel, you know, a little bit powerless to kind of stand up to, you know, like these really massive, powerful entities that are not always behaving super well when it comes to being pro-consumer and so on. So I think that's a really exciting component of the movement, and kind of like the idea of getting away from this apathy that there's nothing we can do.
Well, it's kind of well-founded for most, unfortunately, the apathy that there often are no open. That's why this is so kind of weird the way it's going, because, I mean, I do live in Europe, but I'm American, and it would been so much easier if there were viable options in my eyes in America, because that's where most of my audience is, but I couldn't find anything. But again, we did consumer protection action in France, Germany, and Australia, just because that's where there seem to be openings on this. And the thing is, I think if we do have a victory there, the benefits will flow downstream almost globally, because if companies know they have to have an end-of-life plan if they want to sell in those markets, then they'll have already have done the work on it. And they may as well just release it globally and get much better PR from that, at least, because then it's just, it becomes the path of least resistance. Well, that's something maybe you can talk on more as a developer, that if this can range from being easy to hell on earth for existing games, for how possible this is. But if it's a new game that hasn't even been coded yet, you're just designing it, coming up with an end-of-life plan does not have to mean the end of the world here. The cost can be fairly low or minimal, depending on the game. So if it's planned for from the beginning, I think it could just be just another aspect of game design among, you know, like 100 that there are already for, you know, that when designing a game. So if it's just a simple cost versus missing out on an entire market or facing some sort of fine that costs more than if you had an end of life plan, then I think companies will go the path of least resistance on it.
Yeah, I think so too. Also, if you look at something like the GDPR laws and stuff, like industries can change, right? Like terms can change, like for example, for third-party libraries and middleware you're using, those things could potentially change because a large market has a requirement like this. I've got a pretty interesting perspective on this. For anyone that's watching the podcast and isn't necessarily familiar, I'm also an indie developer, so I'm making this like indie title, and it's got multiplayer in it. And by default, this runs over Steam, so there's like servers involved and stuff like that. But there's also a feature to just host your own server. You can just press a button and host it over the internet. No third-party servers are required. And I think that like a lot of developers do want stuff like this. Like we pour like so many hours of our lives into these games. We don't want our games to be shut down either. I think it's almost like, you know, like not to simplify this, but I think it's often like the suits with, you know, the suits in the companies that are effectively like making these decisions to have these games shut down. While a lot of actual developers, like, we don't want our games to be shut down either. So I think very often it is surprisingly possible as well.
Yeah, that's actually another good point, is that the end of life build almost certainly won't have all the features that the game has while it is being supported by a company, you know, especially for something like an MMO. So you won't have like a managed economy or admins or even a lot of background services that the players might not even be aware of, like things related to analytics or billing or anti-cheat. That's another one. So they can strip out a whole lot of that and still comply with an end of life build, because we're just trying to run the game and people being able to connect to it. And if there are problems or rough parts, well, that's something the community can sort out. So yeah, you mentioned this is a great example of being able to just directly host the game. For a game like that, you could just turn off the Steam ability completely if you were done with the game, leave in the ability to connect, you're already compliant then. You know, it doesn't mean you need all features. It means it needs to not be impossible to run the game. And if it was advertised as a multiplayer game, there needs to be some way to connect via multiplayer. It doesn't have to be easy or convenient or anything. It just has to not be impossible, you know?
Yeah, and while we're on the topic of Steam, actually, there was a question in chat. It was something I was going to bring up later, actually, but I think it's an interesting one. Do you have any idea, like, how this would interact with distributors, essentially like Steam? So let's imagine the incredibly unlikely scenario where, like, Steam poofs out of existence, right, and it just doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, how would that work? Because of course, many of the, you know, many games, or at least some games, are essentially reliant on Steam to operate correctly. Like what would happen to those games, or like would those games have to almost like kind of plan for that type of eventuality, or like how would that work? I feel like it's a little bit complex, at least there with that type of scenario.
This one gets thorny and could have to be some of it settled in the EU Commission itself, but some options I could see are it could amount to whoever the last person standing hosting the game is. So let's say a developer, they say, okay, we're done. We don't want to support this game anymore. But, well, actually, I'm not sure of the Steam terms for developers, but is it possible to continue selling like an unsupported game as long as you're advertising that as such, or on Steam? So like if you say support on this game is discontinued, but you can still buy it, or?
It's a good question, actually. I'm not entirely sure.
I think as long as there's something to play, right?
Yeah.
I do think there's games on Steam that the
Are
multiplayer
abandoned,
shut
right?
down, but you can
Yeah.
still access the single player components. I think that's the thing.
Well, I think it would have to be, well, okay, one scenario, okay, again, I'll just give some scenarios then. One might be that the developer or publisher wants to not touch it anymore, they're done with it, but Steam is going to continue hosting that game for people who already bought copies of it. Well, in that scenario, if Steam did eventually have to shut down later, Steam would have to essentially provide some means to detangle their involvement from that so that they wouldn't be a barrier to continue running that game or connecting to it. Another scenario might be, I hate when I forget it mid-sentence here. Okay, this is what I'm saying. I didn't want to do this. I'm not the perfect person to handle this because sometimes my brain sometimes goes mid-conversation. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
this is just really complex, right? Because if you think about it, there's sort of different levels and tiers of support. Like one could argue that it's probably still appropriate to be able to sell a game if you say, well, we're just not updating it anymore. But if you needed to recover your password or something, there are people that can help you do that. But what happens when you get to a point where they're like, actually, we've completely dissolved the company and this game kind of exists, but all the money's going to like some random entity or something? That's when I think it gets very difficult to disentangle, because then who's responsible for supporting consumers at that point?
yeah, okay, I think I remember this scenario. Okay, so let's say they wanted to, another option, okay, they want to rid themselves of the game, but there's still Steam functionality built into there. If it's not possible now, this is something that would have to be worked out with Steam after the law went into effect, that they would say, okay, we need to detach our game from Steam completely for the people who still bought it, but we're not going to be supporting it anymore. So Steam might still host the files on it, but they would pull it down from the store, that sort of thing. So for the people who are, so the developer might have to have some sort of end of life patch that Steam is really just being a dumb host of your files and not having any interaction in the game or require it beyond that. If Steam wanted to continue hosting it. Alternately, Steam could notify everyone who, if let's say Steam wanted to not touch it anymore, they could say, okay, we're removing this game from our store and we're going to remove it from your library, but you have 30 days or 90 days to download a backup of this, and then it will function without Steam for this end of life build, and you're on your own after that. So there would have to be some path to essentially decide who detaches from it. It's a similar dynamic for consoles where it can get a little more complicated for that too, but there's multiple ways of working it out, and that's the sort of thing that would have to be handled by the EU Commission. Additionally, this is an area where industry input would probably be the best judge of that, because we're agnostic how exactly this goes down, just that the customer isn't deprived of the game they bought and never have any way to run it again. So if the industry prefers handling it in one way far more than another, that would be fine. And they would make their voice heard in the EU Commission.
Yeah, I guess the idea is very much, you've purchased this, there should be some way that you can keep accessing this. And the exact details on how exactly that will work, there's so many ways that something like that could be achieved, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, we can't specify exactly how, because then we get into the copyright issue very rapidly again. But really, we're just being nice, giving suggestions of how this works.
Yeah.
The core message is the customer was sold this license agreement that says they have access to the game, and the terms that says you can just take it away at any time for any reason might not be lawful. So in some ways, the industry has gotten themselves into this mess, but we're of course happy with any way that satisfies as many parties as possible.
It's already like, it's already something we're kind of seeing the community do, right? There are like emulators for games that have shut down out there that the community has put together. So part of me thinks that like, if in so many cases that is something that can already happen, then it should often be a lot easier for the developers themselves to make something like that happen, right? Like so many people, they seem to act as if this is some impossible thing to do for games like this, but it's already something that is sort of being realized in many cases.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's worth mentioning, well, the subscription, I can get into that if people want, but I want to say almost literally every video game would have been kind of compliant with this system until about 2004.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even the ones you weren't left with copies at the end, you were told when they would end, which that's still not good enough for us, but we have to face reality as
Yeah.
far as what's possible legally. But we have a strong tailwind or headwind on this. No, I guess tailwind. Okay.
Yeah, it's true, and I think that, kind of on the emulator thing, there are. It's not like this is impossible. There are examples of, even with brands and obviously like the owners of the original products, where agreements have been made with the community on this. Like the examples that that I've been talking about a little bit is City of Heroes. They even actually had they actually now have a limited license with the private server project, and that's actually continued to be developed. You're even allowed to stream it on Twitch, which is actually pretty unprecedented, actually, with that sort of thing. Lego Universe, which is a game that I played for. I played for one day as a child before it shut down, which is a little bit unlucky on my end, I guess. Yeah, like the Lego group actually did end up having communication with the developers of this reverse engineering project, and now you are allowed to build your own Lego Universe server and run it privately. Like, you're not really allowed to publicly host something, but you can have like a friends and family thing, and you can play Lego Universe, right? Like in some way. So it's not impossible, and I think it's important to definitely recognize it's a fantastic point that it's not like this can't be done, right? You can come to an agreement that's amicable to both parties. This is not about making games impossible to develop or too expensive, right, or anything like that, or being really hostile to developers and companies. It's about trying to find something that essentially works for both the consumer and, of course, for the the copyright holders, the IP holders, and the developers of these games.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you said both parties. There's more like three. If it was, this would be so much easier if it was just developers and customers.
Yeah.
It's the publishers and the rights holders that are throwing up by far the most resistance on this. So yeah, in fact, that game I mentioned, The Crew, this part's hearsay, but I've heard that some of the developers of that game are in favor of the initiative. So the game that shut down because they didn't want their work that they spent years
just to not exist.
working on, to stop existing. That wasn't their choice. And in fact, I think I heard a few of them left over that because it's like you're just throwing this all in the trash and you can never access it again. That's I'd say most developers aren't happy with this either. So.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, actually. It's definitely important to understand that a lot of the people who are directly making these products, like, they obviously don't want their work and ultimately their creative expression just to vanish into the ether, right? That's like highly undesirable for that to happen, like 100% for sure. Yeah. To kind of move over, because I'd like to talk a little bit about how this will potentially interact with MMOs in particular, because I think that with MMOs and I guess kind of more live service oriented games that are kind of live service from the ground up, there is some additional complexity with this. Like, for example, I think there's some discussion about how this would interact with subscription games, right? Because, of course, some games are buy-to-play, like Guild Wars 2. You simply buy the game, and it's got microtransactions. World of Warcraft has the sub-model. So, like, what are the differences in how stop-killing games would interact with these different types of business models?
Yeah, I'll try and run through that. Okay, so subscription games first. We are going to try to protect subscription games, but there's a very high chance we'll fail on it. The reason being is that the subscription games do tell you when your access ends. And that is, if we're just looking at consumer law, that's how normal services operate. If you buy Netflix or something for 30 days, they tell you when it ends. That's a normal service. Now, obviously, I think to everyone here, we see these games as much more than that, especially when it's preventable to hold on to them forever. I mean, to not have them destroyed forever. But again, that might be just clashing with what's possible. So our only argument on that front is for cultural preservation purposes. That if they shut it down, that hey, this is culturally significant. This should be preserved in some way. Unfortunately, the laws on that sort of thing are far weaker than consumer law. Yeah, I mean, for all this talk of me mentioning consumer laws and rights, 100% of my motivation on this is just not wanting to see creative things destroyed. But the consumer law has much more teeth, so that's where I tend to kind of focus most of my attention on it. So we'll try, but probably fail. And one thing some people can be concerned about is they might say, well, wait, won't this lead to just every game going to a subscription fee if that's the case? Well, that was kind of attempted, as you all probably know, in the mid-2000s with MMOs in particular, because there were tons of them trying to get on the EverQuest or World of Warcraft train, and almost all of them either failed or kind of went to a free-to-play model that still survived from it. So the market's only so big for that kind of thing, because most people don't want to have to pay money every month just for one game. Some people do, and there is a market for it, but it's not a huge market. If there was you think companies wouldn't be trying to ram that down our throats if there was a lot more opportunity for that sort of thing? They don't do it because they know it'll fail if they're too aggressive for that, except for very few games that have a lot of recognition and history usually. So it kind of checkmates them a bit with the market on that. Now, for free-to-play games and microtransactions, that's another one where it gets a little complex, but I think we have a much better chance on that. Where, first off, if a game is 100% free, like I think Realm of the Mad King is kind of like that. This wouldn't affect it because there's no commerce involved, and plus, that would be kind of overbearing if you just want to have like experiment with concepts as a game. If it's free, you're not taking money from people then. But if it's a free-to-play game but with microtransactions, and it becomes the same dynamic as before, where, okay, let's say you bought a skin for your character in the game. Well, and there's no expiration date on it. It's just kind of indefinite. Well, if the game shuts down, then you can't access your skin anymore. So you might not be entitled to the game directly, but you should be entitled to your microtransaction. And if that's been moved and it needs the game to run, then you're kind of entitled indirectly to needing some form of the game for it to continue. So this would cover most free-to-play games also through that dynamic, because under the law, it's almost the same thing, where you're paying for something, no expiration date, but it requires this external service in order to function. That had no date on it either. It's all kind of the same dynamic, even though we think of it as different things.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, there's obviously going to be a lot of complexity, and they're going to have to, people are going to have to figure this stuff out if this ends up going to some kind of legislation. There's definitely a lot of nuance in how all of this stuff works out. 100%, yeah. And it will be interesting to see, like, if there is any progress to be made on the subscription games. But I do agree, I think that, one thing that people brought up in my chat, like, oh yeah, people are just going to make it so there's like a $1 sub fee for every MMO. But I'm very much inclined to agree with you. I think that's pretty unlikely. I think the reason why, in particular, Guild Wars 2 is really big on this, is that a big thing that people like about this game is that it doesn't have a subscription fee, right? Like, you buy expansions, right? It has this kind of free-to-play experience, it's like a bit of a trial, learning the game, and then you have the microtransactions attached to it, and also expansions. And I think that's like a really key part of the game's appeal for people, is that it does offer that approach to the monetization, as opposed to, again, something like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy, where I think people feel a little bit almost like pressured, a bit of FOMO almost, right, with the sub fee. So yeah, I don't think that's really, I don't think that's going to be a problem for games down the line. I don't think that's a realistic thing that's going to be happening with that whatsoever.
Yeah, for Guild Wars, I would be optimistic about its long-term prospects, because I bring Guild Wars up a lot sometimes in these conversations, especially because of Guild Wars 1, because that was sold,
Still there.
$60, whatever the price was in 2005. It's still running. So if you bought that in 2005 and never got around to playing it, yeah, you'd have to get some patches or something, and you could play it today. It never stopped being supported. And that's important too, because under law, consumer, if there is no stated expiration date, well, then it sometimes comes down to, well, what are consumer expectations for how long a game lasts? Well, for Guild Wars, it's been going over 20 years. For other games, yeah, I think the shortest we found was the Culling 2, which lasted 8 days. So that's a pretty big range for, I mean, it's almost just gambling with your time or your purchase as to how long it's going to last at that point. So the fact that they have kept the original going that long suggests to me that they probably would make some efforts if they did have to finally shut it down, that people could keep playing it one way or another.
Yeah, I do think, you know, ArenaNet is definitely a company that I think is operating very ethically, in my opinion, which is really, really cool to see. Like if we got to a point where ArenaNet was developing another project, all right, or you know, we get like a Guild Wars 3, right, or something like that. Yeah, I don't think ArenaNet would shut down Guild Wars 2 unless it was like insanely expensive. I think they've even talked about this a little bit. Is that Guild Wars 1 like cost them almost nothing, like to keep it going. So it's not like a huge deal because of course they're still active, right, as a company with Guild Wars 2 as well. So yeah, like that, it's, you know, that's definitely like really good to see, and honestly pretty remarkable, right? You know, that the game has been going all this time, and you know, it even has a couple of updates, right? They often like do a couple of little tweaks and throw a couple of things in there, so that is actually like really, really cool to see. To be honest, it's pretty cool stuff.
Actually, that reminded me of another misconception that none of what we're asking for would go into effect until support ended.
Yeah.
So companies could still continue doing whatever business model they want. So in rare cases like Guild Wars, it still would be compliant at the moment because they haven't ended support. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you know, it's funny. I actually got a couple of I have a couple of interesting questions about MMOs actually from one of the developers of Guild Wars 2, funnily enough. And one of the questions is like what would happen, right? Like if kind of like as part of like the end of life plan, the developers like kind of change the game in a pretty radical way, or like remove a bunch of stuff from it, right? Like as it's kind of getting to that point, they essentially, I guess it would almost be like slightly out of spite, I guess, or maybe just because they just don't really want to mess around with it. Like if they just like massively trimmed down the game or like removed a significant amount of content from the game and said like, here you go, here's your end of life patch for the MMO.
Yeah, no, that's a question that comes up a lot too. There's a couple aspects to this. First, it's kind of a spectrum. Like there are many, I mentioned earlier, there are many features that can be kind of stripped out. Again, like things like managed economy, or even things like voice chat, honestly, but anti-cheat. So I in the initiative, it says in a reasonably playable state. So it's a bit nebulous, but the idea is, would a reasonable, for a game that's completely unsupported, and you know, is this still reasonably playable? So, and that is a spectrum. And the way it works is that, let's say they shut it down, they remove some extra features, but they remove like one sword from the game, but the rest of it's all there, all the quests and the characters. The average person is going to think, okay, well, this is still basically the whole game. Good enough. But let's say, actually, I think it was Linus Tech Tips had an example where, let's say you boot it up, they have a patch, and all that's there is a door. You open the door, okay, that's it. That's the whole game. That would not cut it, and that would lead to a lot of complaints being sent to the consumer protection agencies in that country. Then they would look at it and say, yeah, this isn't what you advertised to the customers. You're missing all of these things. So yeah, you're not being compliant with the regulations, so you're going to get fined. So as I understand it, malicious compliance isn't as much of a thing in the EU as it is in some other countries. So there would be a spectrum, but the question is, how many of these removals are going to lead to floods of complaints to a consumer protection agency? So the more of the game that's playable, the less likely that's going to be an issue. But this also does touch on another question we get a lot, where, you know, if you have a game that's evolving over time, that some people really like version 2.0 and they hate version 4.0 or something like that.
Yeah.
They're asking, well, can we get 2.0 back? That's something we plan, if it gets that far with it in the discussions, we hope to bring up in the EU Commission, but we're not going to be pushing that strongly because right now we get nothing. We have no guarantees at all. So we kind of need a beachhead of just basic rights that they just can't take away everything from you. And if that's a bridge too far, then we'll have to leave that, unfortunately, and it would just have to be a reasonably playable version, of the game. So it might even be the 1.0 build if that's easier for the publishers, or it could be the last build that they had before they shut down. However, once we have that foundation, that might be something that somebody else could come along with and try to get, a regulation pushed on that sort of thing that, hey, you have to make, for games that are evolving a bunch, you have to make a build available from each year that it's supported or something like that. Because this one gets muddier too, because it's a harder spectrum to define where there is a really significant change, because most games that get constant updates, the newer version tends to be better because it tends to just be bug fixes, or maybe they add some features. It's kind of, there's still plenty of them, but yeah, well, Guild Wars is one of them. Isn't like I don't forget what it's called. It's like Lion's Arch or something, where at one point it was like under construction and then they had changes come in afterwards. See, that's kind of a significant change, maybe, or the mechanics changed a lot. Maybe the earlier expansion using one currency and these items are better than the new one. They're not as good anymore. So for games like that, that's going to have to come in after us unless we're very lucky. But this would provide a foundation for trying to get stuff like that put in place. I know a little bit about Guild Wars because I've only played a little bit, but my wife plays all the time. So I've learned some things through osmosis from this.
Yeah, I mean that's really interesting because it goes, especially in games like this, like World of Warcraft is like the really obvious example there, because of course we even see that now with Blizzard essentially hosting all the versions, well, literally hosting all the versions of the game now, right? With like the classic servers and so on. Is that like these games do change a lot. I think that would be absolutely remarkable, like if there was some kind of approach to like, release a new version of the game, and they would be asking companies to like provide an old version of the game too, just for old Lion's Arch. That's actually really funny. I think a lot of Guild Wars 2 players definitely prefer the old one. That's for sure. But yeah, that's definitely that would be that certainly sounds ambitious. But wow, I mean that would be pretty interesting if it definitely went that way.
I think it would have to come later.
Yeah, for sure.
Can you talk a little bit about
the game in its entirety first, and then we'll worry about versions,
Can you talk a little bit about where the initiative is at right now? There's a lot of signatures, but like if 1 million does get like certified, what happens next exactly?
Okay, what happens next is probably a few months after the signature period ends, which is the end of the month, July 31st. Once it's certified, which could take a few months, then I'm actually not officially a part of the initiative. I'm more like a super promoter for it because I'm ineligible. I would need to be a citizen of the EU in order to be officially involved with it. However, there are people who are on board with everything we've been talking about who are the official organizers for it and a spokesperson. And what would happen at that point is they'll end up going to the EU Commission in Brussels, and it'll get discussed with, members of Parliament there, and it could go several different directions at that point, where they'll hear our side from it, they'll hear the industry side from it, and maybe some other elements like preservation groups or something like that, or possibly game unions, and then try to decide, okay, is this something that needs to change, or if not, and then figure out where there might need to be compromises, or decide one's more on the right than the other. It's possible they could reject it all outright. However, that would be politically risky because it's not often that we get this kind of upswell of signatures, because at that point, they're basically telling a lot of constituents that you have no consumer protection rights when it comes to video games, which is not going to be popular messaging. And I would certainly do my part to make sure that message got spread if they wanted to go that route, because they would. There are already many consumer protection rights in the EU, and it's just like games have been managing to kind of exist between the spaces on this stuff where they just don't want to commit one way or the other. It's like, yeah, you have rights, but you really don't. And so we're going to be essentially forcing them to this, or the analogy I make is we're taking Schrodinger's cat out of the box. You know, they're going to be forced to say whether you have rights on this or not. And I think we're trying our best to make it the path of least resistance to say, no, you do have some bare minimum rights on this. There are other avenues this could go, though, because let's say even that fails. Something that's coming up at some point in the future, I don't have a date for it, is there's other legislation called the Digital Fairness Act that's coming up in the EU. And at some point, the near future, I think, could be like a month or two, I'm not sure. It's going to open up for public input on it. And if you look at what they're asking for, ours would fit in really nicely next to those others. They're trying to have more regulation of things like dark patterns, or making it difficult for people to unsubscribe from things. Or I think some of it was about targeting children for monetization in games. So ours would fit in great right next to one of those. So if we're coming in with saying, hey, 1.3 million or 1 million people sign this and really want this provision, that might be another angle we could get something in the EU. But let's say that fails. Well, going back to that earlier game, The Crew, we've brought this before consumer protection agencies, again, in France, Germany, and Australia. Well, if one of those decides, yeah, this isn't really lawful what this company has been doing, they're going to get fined. Well, then that sends a message to a lot of other developers that if you want to sell your games in France or Australia, which is a significant market, you're going to start needing end-of-life plans, or else you could get fined, and that becomes more expensive. Now, some people say, oh, well, then they'll just pull out. Some companies might, but then most companies would rather make more money by having lots of sales there. So if the end-of-life plan doesn't cost that much, then it becomes a way to kind of save the games that way. So we have some fallback options, but the European Citizens Initiative helps all of them, because it makes this much more public, and it sends the message that this is a populist issue that lots of people care about. So it can hopefully increase pressure in other avenues also.
It does sound like all of you are in this for the long haul. Like, there's the EU initiative going on, but that's not the only thing
There's no
that y'all are
escape.
doing. Yeah.
Well, yes and no. I'm looking at this more like a rocket being launched, lifting off.
Right.
Part of the ground crew. My involvement and what I can influence falls dramatically after July. And I'm kind of exhausted from it. So
I can imagine.
I'm not the pilot who's of that rocket analogy. So I'll be very happy for others to kind of take over. It's underway is the thing. So a lot of this depends on what governments decide at that point, or what the official organizers can do to make their case or make political connections, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So.
But this is a good time to remind everyone that, listen, nobody be complacent, okay? Get over there, and if you believe in the initiative, give it a read through, hit the sign, go, and no cheating either, okay? Only legitimacy.
If you're a citizen of that country,
yeah,
or a resident for the UK one, because again, it's all convoluted, because most people can't act, including myself. I am not eligible to sign this initiative that I'm pushing.
Yeah.
My wife signed it, but that's how it can kind of work, is sometimes telling other YouTubers or streamers about it, and then some of their audience can sign it. So we have to kind of maneuver around this to where the openings are. But we all win if this goes through, I think.
Yeah.
Would you be in favor of something like a template for companies, or sort of a standard manual of practice? Because one big issue that I foresee for organizations is there'll be all different levels and depending on what people think they can or can't do. So I feel like there should be some sort of like minimum requirement. Would you be in favor of some kind of template or like manual? Like, you kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would be in favor of a suggested one because games vary so much with how they're designed and put together that I don't think it's even possible to make a one size fits all. Hence why we're focusing on the end result. But actually, on that note, I hope sometime next week. I've been working with a pretty seasoned developer who's we're gonna make a video where he's going to go through explaining this more from a technical angle of how you might go about this, trying to meet these requirements for a new game, and talk about like, okay, well, you can have all these microservices, but then you have to do do these practices to make sure they're easy to shut off for a lot of them that aren't going to be good to include in an end of life build or practical, that sort of thing. And he goes into several different scenarios, addressing things like how much it might cost for, or just how you might design your game. I mean, even that won't be fully comprehensive, but it'll get much more into the nuts and bolts of it than I would be able to. And it's going to be kind of targeted more for developers who, you know, they might be on board conceptually, but they're not sure how this is going to work. That's kind of who we're targeting for that sort of thing. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think it's super challenging, right? Like it's so challenging because, like you indicated, so many games are so different. Maybe they were coded on different platforms or whatever. Like it's just so complex that if you don't have some kind of like minimum requirement or some kind of like micro guide to it, I feel like it becomes actually quite expensive for companies to figure out. So there has to be like this is what you do, and then anything else after that is a bonus.
yeah, we'll definitely try to push that message out more. But another element to this is, well, I mean, you say expense for companies. I imagine, first off, I imagine big companies, this isn't going to be that hard because they tend to hire a lot of talent where their developers now saying, yeah, this would be maybe a week's work, you know, something like that, where they can
It's
already
drop in the bucket for them. Yeah.
yeah. For smaller, like indie developers, well, first I always like to emphasize, I think most indie developers are already compliant. So if your game can work without having to connect to your server, you're almost certainly compliant. But for ones that aren't, like I think the most I've seen for like small indie devs that have an online only requirement tend to be like collectible card games sometimes, or ones like that. For those, I think what will happen, well, if we know it's going to go into effect, like let's say in 2028, this becomes a law and then they have to start conforming. I think well ahead of that, what you're going to see is a gold rush from middleware developers that say, hey, you know, if you want to sell your games in the EU, we're going to provide a solution to make this easy. If you want to have an online only game where you just check these boxes and then it'll start compiling an end of life build for you. And, you know, we're offering this at a reasonable price because they're going to want to be in there before anyone else does, for companies that are going to be slow to transition, because they can make a lot of money from that, targeting all these small, like you mentioned earlier with GDPR requirements. Actually, I'm not sure the specifics on all of that, the tech, but that strikes me as a similar dynamic where I'm sure there were some solutions that emerged from being able to become compliant with that, depending on what kind of product you had.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes back to something we were talking about earlier, is that it's important not to conflate existing games with the newer games, because it's much easier to kind of design a new game with this standard in mind, as opposed to kind of disentangling an existing game from all of the stuff, like, you know, microservices and like middleware that's going on there as well, right? And I think that will be like a really cool insight for, you know, in your upcoming video, like with regards to the developer, on how that actually might work there, because I think it is important to draw the distinction between those two situations, because I think they are definitely pretty different, right? And I think that it's good to clear that up.
It might even go farther than that, because I mentioned, there might be some compromises at the EU Commission level. One we could see it wouldn't be ideal, but we could live with it. One we could see happening is every existing game gets grandfathered in. So in other words, if there is a game for sale on the market before that date in the future, it's exempt, as a way to make this as easy as possible for publishers and developers to adapt to. That's something that could happen, because they could decide, okay, this is too radical a change to do, because too many companies have been going down the wrong road on preservation for too long, that we need to make this, easier to digest, that sort of thing. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, okay. I think that kind of covers a lot of what I want to talk about. I have like what I've been given one more kind of like weird loophole, I guess, because I guess like that's kind of like a broad topic, actually, that might be a little bit fun to delve into, is like how companies might try to get around this, I guess. Like my take on that would be that if you do that, it's going to come off bad and people aren't going to be super happy with you. So that might not be the way to go. It might just be easier to comply in these situations. But like this is an interesting one here. Is like what would happen if a company was like very explicitly saying, okay, if it's like a live service game that isn't necessarily a sub game, but they just say, okay, we're going to support this game for 1 year, and like every year they essentially like refresh that and go over and over again until they want to drop it. So technically speaking, it's always got an expiry date on it, and they're very explicit. They say, okay, look, if you buy this, like you own nothing, okay, but your support for this license that you have is like dropped after like 1 year or whatever, and they just refresh that over and over again for like all eternity.
That actually is a potential vulnerability where we would absolutely make our concerns over that known to the EU Commission.
Yeah.
So there could be a clause in there that gets added if they're receptive to the idea. So, but no, you're right. That would, because then that's saving nothing, because then they're just on the hook for a year at any given time. So.
Yeah.
I do feel that a lot of gamers might look at something like that though and be like, oh, well, if it's only a year, then I won't buy this game. Right? I feel like that might hurt your sales if you do something like that as well.
Maybe. I think the only thing that, in terms of like labeling, I think the only thing that would wake gamers up would be having an expiration date right on the store page or the box.
Yeah.
Because then if there's given a hard date, game expires on, January 1st, 2028, then they might think, well, whoa, wait a minute, like I think anything less than that, they're not really going to think about it. So.
Yeah, I think the optimistic read on a scenario like that is that there would be like overwhelmingly negative pressure, right? Like if a company was to engage in practices like that, it would go down like really, really poorly, and potentially just be worse than just complying, right? And actually having like an end of life plan for the game.
Yeah. The problem is it's kind of a stacked deck in the sense that, each game is unique. So, if it's not like if you don't like the terms for one game, you can go someplace else and get the same game with better terms. In fact, I think legally they're considered creative monopolies because there is no equivalent to that game. So from what I've observed before is that games tend to get away with almost anything as long as the game is enjoyable. So we've been in the moment. So asking the average person to kind of think ahead, like, oh, this is gonna expire after a year if you read the fine print or something. It's one, most aren't gonna think about that. And two, I kind of feel like that burden shouldn't even be on them to begin with, because the whole point of a game is to, have something you enjoy and, that you don't have to hopefully think so hard about it. I mean, you don't have to look up what kind of projector was used if you go to a movie or something to find out if that's compatible with your glasses, and then if it's going to shut down halfway through the screening or something. You just want to see if this looks like something you might enjoy or not. And I really think that should be the same standard for games. I mean, obviously there's technical things to make sure it's compatible with what you're running it on, but beyond that, I mean, this isn't a good standard, you know, to have to have some legal background as to what to expect to just play a game, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You have to read the entire license agreement, actually, and you need to understand every word of it in order to even access the product. That's pretty important. Yeah, I think something that we were actually chatting about, like before the stream, is something that you wanted to bring up, Sneb, with your kind of expertise in kind of consumer behavior and so on. It's a little bit off topic, actually, but I think it was like worth bringing up, actually, like talking about how like these games like kind of tie into like consumer identity a little bit as well.
Yeah, I think really what I want to say is that this sort of movement is very interesting because if you think about why do we buy games? Why do we play games? And I think Lara actually mentioned it earlier, right? Like people have these core memories attached to a moment in the game, or they might have met their spouse or whatever. And really the things that we own, the things that we engage with are really a way to express one's identity or one's self. So with video games, I mean, look around my room, right? Like I've got like this Guild Wars 1 poster behind me. My sister made me this like moss art of Guild Wars 2. I've got all this like Guild Wars 2 art and stuff. And it's because Guild Wars is like a really core part of my childhood and like who I am to an extent. I've spent thousands of hours in Tyria and made so many friends, enough that I flew to the UK and went and hung out with Teapot, right? And so when you take away these things, or when companies are allowed to say, well, actually, it doesn't matter. You don't own it. We can just take it. I think that that's really harmful. That's really, really harmful to one's almost self-concept. I mean, maybe this sounds a little bit dramatic, but it's like if you really loved bikes and somebody was like, actually, you don't own the bike. And they just came and took it one day. And you're like, well, what do I do without my bike now? That was my bike, the one that I learned how to ride a bike on. And you know, this is something that I think really affects how people express themselves. It is truly art, and people love art and want to engage with art. And just taking that away from somebody, I think, damages them to some extent.
It's preventable too. That's the insult to injury. You know, you might really like sports and want to play sports, but each game, you know, the people have to be playing it in order for it to go on. You know, it's an active process, but this would be like the sport after the end of something like a basketball or football season. Okay, the sport of basketball no longer exists, you know.
It is quite weird when you think about it that way, though. Really, though, because these games, like, yeah, some of them are full out esports. What if one day Blizzard said, actually, you must take a hammer and smash all copies of StarCraft 1? Like, that's like unfathomable in a sense, but it's something that I guess realistically could happen. Maybe it's super far-fetched, but there's no protection really against that. You know what I mean? That's crazy to think about.
Yeah,
Well,
people build entire careers playing these games, right? Like there's people that are like they've dedicated their life to getting good at StarCraft Brute War, and then like it could just disappear. It's such a bizarre thought.
Well, you say no protections. For StarCraft, there are actually, because they couldn't have the capacity to take that away in terms of real world terms, you know. It's a more recent development where they have the power to take it back. But, you know, if you have an old disc of StarCraft, you could still, even if they're telling you to smash it with a hammer, that's not going to get enforced, really. So there could be people continuing to play it. It would just become a weird abandonware state, I guess. But
yeah,
it just seems kind of silly to have things in the terms of service that are like, actually, you must destroy this. Like, self-destruct upon our company, you know, stopping service or whatever. It just seems weird, right? It's like a form of control and fear tactic almost.
yeah, Blizzard's EULA says that they can take away the game for any reason or no reason in it at any time. So
yeah. And yeah, I think we're kind of getting towards the end here. I guess what I'll do is I've got a question, but I'll also say if anyone in the chat Okay, I'm reading Twitch and YouTube chat, by the way. If any of you guys have any questions, we can maybe do like one or two of those before we head off here. And kind of while we're waiting for that, I guess an open-ended one, because I think it is really important. Like I'm a big fan of discussion and challenging ideas and figuring out problems and stuff like that. And I think it's important to do that, right? To actually see if there are any objections that need to be solved. So kind of on that note, while we wait for maybe some questions from the chat, like in your opinion, what do you think is, I guess, the biggest, I guess like the strongest counter argument, I guess would be like a good way of putting it. Like what's the best objection you've heard that like could potentially be problematic, or that, like something that could be a concern that really needs to be resolved or ironed out?
Yeah, there's a couple. I mean, one, there will be some disruption regardless if it goes through, because some companies, they were planning to release the day after this went into effect or something, and now they have to move up their timetable, or there could be a few caught in the middle that could be problematic. Another one is that let's say you have like something like an MMO, and then you're talking about like Guild Wars 3 or something. Okay, so they're working on Guild Wars 3, but they're using a whole lot of the code base from Guild Wars 2 in it, and they're worried that if they release that, like the server software, that this is going to expose a lot of methodologies to how the server works, and that's going to triple the number of exploits people find in the new game because so much of that code is shared. And yeah, that can be a legitimate concern. It's solvable, but again, if you're kind of caught in the middle of it, then that could be problematic. I mean, I think that's one of the most valid ones. I'm trying to think of some others. Because I really have counters for a lot of the others, but that's one that, no, it's quite legitimate. But the in-between cases and the concern about shared code, worrying about it revealing stuff that's problematic. Everything else we can kind of address one way or another.
Yeah.
And even those we can address, it's sloppier,
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good point to bring up, and I guess like the solution to that would be making it so that there's like a variety of ways in which a company could comply in such a way that they don't necessarily have to share source code or even necessarily binaries, right? Such that like people can kind of pick them apart and find exploits, right? But yeah, definitely a challenging one to think about for sure. Kind of similar to the the situation that happened with Lego Universe, where it's like, well, they didn't really want people running it publicly because then, people could, potentially like misrepresent the product or like have people kind of, engaging in all kinds of obscenities, right? Like publicly, like while representing like this Lego product, like in a public space, which is not necessarily like desirable as well, right?
That's kind of asking for a special protection that almost no other product has.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because the vast majority of video games, you can still run them. And if some people do something with them that the company doesn't like, well, that's kind of life, you know. Well, and plus, I think going back to just common sense, what the reasonable person sees, I think the average person understands that, let's say there is something super objectionable done with a game that the company's no longer in charge of. They don't tend to blame the people who made the game. They blame the people who are making the objectionable thing. Like one example I know of is like the game Doom, the original. Well, that's the source code has been released to the engine. There are thousands of mods for that. And the community was really appreciative of that sort of thing. However, I know for a fact there's at least one or two that could be considered hate speech mods. That they're for, targeting people in a very obnoxious way that probably could be seen as hate speech. Well, I don't think anyone thinks poorly of id Software because of that, because they had nothing to do with that. They just gave tools to the community. And I think that tends to reign true in other areas also. If there's mods in other areas that maybe the creators don't like, but it doesn't really tend to go backwards towards them. And there are ways they can excise all liability for it. They can make it very clear this is unsupported and there could be risk with running this old build. They could have like a big splash screen on the final build, that sort of thing. So I think common sense has to enter the equation at some point.
Yeah, that's definitely a good response to that one as well. Yeah, there's a question here, and I think this is a little bit of a classic one. I think it's kind of like what happens when you have like licenses that expire, right? Like you have an expiring license, and you know that is I think that's kind of a isn't that kind of I think that's a little bit something to do with what happened with the crew to an extent or something. I'm not entirely filled with the details on that.
There's two flavors of it. One is licenses for, let's say, some stuff the developer's using to run the server, that they have a license and that expires after this date, and they don't have permission to hand that out to people for an end-of-life build. That's where it goes back to this not being retroactive being so important, that some games might not be salvageable because of deals like that. Now, for something like the crew, or really, sometimes you have games with like copyrighted music from record labels, that sort of thing, or in the crew there were brands, car brands, and that sort of thing, where maybe they only gave permission to the developer. It's like, okay, you can have our car brands in your game for, let's say, 5 years or something. After that, your license expires and you need to buy another one if you want to keep using our car brand in your game. Well, I've only ever heard of that sort of thing applying to being able to sell the game past a certain date. So that's happened with lots of car games and some games with copyrighted music. I think Alan Wake had a hiccup with that at one point. But if you bought, as the customer, if you bought that copy, you can continue playing that game. You know, it's not, I've never heard of that interfering with, you know, a copy that was already sold. They're talking about from that point onward. So I don't think that has to be an issue at all. It just means, although if anything, they should be more upfront with customers as to when those licenses do expire, because then they have a clue as to knowing. That could actually work to the company's favor, because it's like, hey, if you want this game, you better buy it before this date, and that might boost their sales if it's a good game, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So. I mean, this was not a problem in the past, right? When we just had physical games. Nobody is chasing down PS1 copies of some racing game because there's like car brands in it.
Yeah, or there's Blink 182 as one of the tracks or something, you know?
Yeah. I think that was really, you know, good to bring up earlier. I think it's a good reminder for now, is that, yeah, like this is, you know, like I think you said like pre 2004. This was how it was, right? Like, you know, this was basically already the situation that we're looking to kind of create now, is that, yeah, like you could still play and like access like older games, even though they obviously, like, some of them have like IP, some of them music in, and so on. That type of scenario. Oh yeah, interesting question here actually. Is there a distinction between a game shutting down versus like let's say, you know, a company, for example, has something go very, very badly wrong and the company ends up shutting down as well? Like, what would happen in a situation where, yeah, basically a company is unable to function anymore, but they still have like a game that they're going to have to do something with?
Well, that's I'm not sure, but it would go one of two ways. One would be if the company just goes bankrupt, then yeah, all the penalties would really be financial, so it's just kind of done. So yes, this would not save games 100%, but I think most companies have a very strong incentive not to go bankrupt in the first place. So I think that would be a relatively rare event. I've said before, you know, if every time a game died, the company behind it that owned the rights went bankrupt, I never would have started this initiative, because then that's something where everybody loses. You know, so there's not an incentive for the industry to keep doing it. Now, the other way that might play out is if, okay, it goes bankrupt, but then that intellectual property still has value and some other company wants to pick it up. They might be on the hook for that, for making good to existing customers for that game as part of the deal of buying the rights. I'm not sure. That gets into the, I simply don't know. You'd have to ask a lawyer versed in European law for that.
Yeah.
Well, my intuition on this is that if you have sort of these guidelines, this law to begin with, then new games that are being made should already have a plan for these things. So like, in the event that we go bankrupt, this is the plan to keep the game alive, in a sense, right? Like, this is how we will distribute the code or whatever. I think it is more tricky for games that currently exist, and like I think suggested earlier, perhaps those are grandfathered in. But if a company goes bankrupt and there's law that stipulates what they must do in the event that they go bankrupt with the game, then I think you're mostly in the clear, right? I mean, there's probably still cases where people aren't going to follow those things, or they simply can't for some reason. But there,
Yeah,
if it's required that you have a plan.
If the penalty is you're being fined and you're going bankrupt anyway, I could see where they might decide, okay, well, whatever, you're not going to scare us with that because we have no money anyway. and we're
Yeah,
filing
I
for
suppose my
bankruptcy.
thought is like if it's put into law and it becomes sort of like the cultural practice of the games industry to prepare from that from the onset, then that's probably less of a factor, but still a factor.
Yeah, I just the incentive wouldn't be there is the thing. So that solves so many problems out the gate.
Okay. Yeah, I think that will about wrap things up. I guess I would ask Sneb and Laura if you guys have anything else that you want to bring up as a kind of a final question or kind of comment before we go ahead and wrap up.
Yeah, nothing from me. I think I'm just happy that you were willing to talk to us, and I think the initiative is really cool, and I'm all for more consumer protections. And like Lara said earlier, it sounds like you folks are kind of in it for the long haul. This is going to be a big movement. It requires a lot of politicking, but sounds like you've already made waves. So
well, I don't know how much I'm in it for the long haul, but the effects are going to be
that's what I mean.
resonating a while. Like whether I won't know for sure this is successful probably until a few years from now. So that's kind of, it's just kind of launching it off and seeing what happens.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to come into our little corner of the internet to talk about this. Because again, it is something that I think we as MMO players do really, really care about. And thanks for everything you do. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. Well, I was gonna say, I mean, one thing I was gonna say earlier when you were talking about what it means to us, this probably hits me personally double more than the average person because one, I tend to be kind of cheap and wait until games have been out a while and the price has dropped a lot. So if I get a game that's 6 months later, oh yeah, well, it's been a good run, but it's going to, I'm like, damn it, I haven't even had a chance at this yet. And another reason is I really love the worlds of games. Like, even if I'm not that into like the gameplay of many games, sometimes they have fantastic worlds, and MMOs especially, or there's a really high correlation of having just fantastic worlds. And so I kind of want to come in later, maybe even when nobody's playing it, and just see what it's like. And sometimes even more so if I can find a hack or a mod to enable it in 3D with stereoscopic so I can see it in VR like I'm actually there. That's, to me, that's like a real height of gaming, a flavor of gaming for me. So yeah, just the thought of all that being destroyed, it's like that has always just lit a fire under me over it.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome stuff. And yeah, I would very much echo what everyone else is saying here. And yeah, I think this is fantastic. Like, thank you to yourself and of course the team as well, for everyone who's been putting a lot of like time and energy into this project, into this movement. I would say, listen, if you're watching right now and you're eligible, there are going to be links plastered everywhere on this video when it goes up on YouTube, so you can get involved, like learn about it, right? Like, get involved, right? Like find out what's going on. If you're eligible, if you feel strongly about it, like if you're into this kind of thing, definitely go ahead and sign if you're eligible, okay? Because of course, things are looking pretty good right now, but complacency is the enemy, my friends, okay? Do not give up. Continue to engage, okay? And yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us in the MMO corner of the internet, the Guild Wars 2 corner of the internet. Out of your busy schedule to come and talk to us. Thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and if you have anything that you want to say as kind of like a final thought, please do so. We'd love to hear it.
Geez, well, just it ends at the end of July. After that, it becomes a lot less about what the public can do and much more about what government's going to do. Though, if you're in the EU, you can always bug members of parliament about it. That's an option too.
Yeah.
I had links for that recent video for. So.
Okay, fantastic stuff. Then, yeah, I think that will about wrap things up. Thank you very much for everyone for watching, my wonderful guests for joining, and yeah, good job. We are going to literally save all of video games. So listen, you definitely want to get on board with that. So be involved. Take it easy, my friends. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you around. Take it easy, gamers. We're out. Yo. Ready to win big! Yo, guys, I think that was pretty cool, right? That was pretty good! And now we are going to wait for the teaser for the Elite Spectre Day, which is probably in 2 hours. Green noise. That was awesome. Yeah. And I guess, look, when the VOD goes up, guys, I would humbly ask you to help me share it, right? Like, post it to subreddits, right? Post it around the place, like, share it, you know? Look, look, we've got to compete. We've got to do some competing, guys, because bear in mind, Stop Killing Games has been discussed with, PewDiePie's involved, Linus, Gamers Nexus has been involved. We have got to goddamn pull our weight in this operation, okay? So when this YouTube VOD goes up, when the upload for the tea time is up, okay, we are going hard, yes? Yes? We are going fucking hard. I want to see everyone tweeting about it, everyone posting about it, sharing it, liking it, commenting on it, all that crap, yes? And I know that, Dranet. Yeah, you guys did behave well as well. You were very well behaved. I saw a low amount of DYBs. There were a couple of people putting DYB, but not that many. Okay, you're very well behaved. Not that many trees. This is a scepter build. Okay. I actually really like this song. Put it on YouTube? I absolutely will, yep. It will be up on YouTube. I mean, it's technically already there because we were streaming on YouTube as well. But there will be like a, a standalone VOD as well. Yeah, to go up there. And yeah, I will definitely go hard on trying to promote that and kind of get that out into the mix as well. So yeah, there will be a VOD, guys. Did you miss the Stop Killing Games talk? You did, but obviously there is going to be a VOD. Yeah. And yeah, there'll be links everywhere. Links everywhere. It's going to be big. Already happened? Yep. Yeah, it was a lot earlier today because that's just the way the scheduling worked out. But yeah, we basically did tea time 2 hours ago, approximately. So on a VOD, I think that makes a lot of sense. It will be here. But yeah, I actually really enjoyed that. It was good to have tea time back. And to be honest, this is actually the direction I see tea time going in the future, guys. Being a little bit less like Guild Wars 2 focused. And honestly, I'd love to talk about stuff like this more, actually, like consumer advocacy, obviously, kind of general gaming, like what's going on in the industry, and just talking about multiple games as well. Like that's where I see tea time going long term, realistically. Because I haven't done a tea time for a year, guys. But now we're back. Omega tea time. Correct. Nature preservation, tree preservation, hell yeah. Next week, I mean, I'll see if I can cook some stuff up for like more tea times. Rated in the chat. Shout out to YouTube. By the way, guys, really cool viewership today. We were actually peaking at around 1,000 viewers across Twitch and YouTube, which is really cool. I think just a hair under 400 people were watching on YouTube. And we had around 600 people on Twitch as well. So around 1,000. Really cool. I'm glad to see that everyone got up nice and early, bright and early on a Saturday to talk about something pretty important. We love to see that. We do. We love to see it. Another teaser? I think very likely, yeah. I think there'll be one today and then one on Monday. And that will be like all of them covered at that stage. Thanks for organizing this. I mean, look. Content. That's what we do here. We love content. You missed it? You did miss it, yes. It's already over. It ended just a little while ago. Big the Snake did. Like, the Snake would save games. Like, he would easily save games. Ooh, dude, I have to play this song. I was going to just mute the song request, but I really like this track from Undermine. I'm going to miss... Look, the music of Point 2 had better be fire, okay? I know not everyone likes the Goblin jazz, but I really like the... I'm going to miss the jazz, guys. Incredible. Nice. Oh, dude. Look, I'm a little bit disengaged with social media. This is my fault, but there actually was a tweet about this from Ross too. Did look, I think I've become a boomer, man. I'm not even joking. I'm an old man now. I have got to the point where I'm actually basically not checking social media anymore. I think that's good though. I'm not sure if that's bad. I don't think I hate that, but that's where I'm at. Yeah, funny. Are you on Facebook? No, I don't use Facebook at all. I used Facebook purely for swimming ages ago, but I haven't used Facebook or even logged onto it for years. I really like this track. It's very relaxing. Pips, I'm fishing diamond rank? Yeah, you can. The thing about Facebook is I think it just sucks. Am I crazy on this, guys? I feel like it's actually a horrible social media. It just feels so... It feels very inferior to Discord to me. Or, you know, kind of like a lot of the instant messaging apps. It just feels very cumbersome. Where is it from? It's from World of Warcraft. It's specifically the track that plays on the golf course in Undermine. Boom. I also quite like the golf course minigame. There's a little minigame you can do there that involves you have to kick exploding golf balls into little golf holes. I don't see how jazz fits into a fantasy world. Well, that's just... The goblins kind of have this almost like mafia crime ring aesthetic to them, so I guess that's where it comes from. But yeah, I think it's definitely different. But to be honest, I actually really like it when games experiment. For example, I've been really impressed with some of the music I've heard from Final Fantasy. Okay, not Be My Honey specifically, guys. Okay, that is unacceptable. But, you know, I think it's really cool. Like some of the bosses in 14, right? They just have like a straight up metal track, right? I think that's actually really exciting. I wish that, I hope to see a lot of continued experimentation, actually, with music in games. And definitely MMOs. I think a lot of MMOs kind of go for like the classic fantasy stuff, and I get that. That's good. You know, I think it sounds awesome, right? Like, these games have great soundtracks, but I definitely love to hear some experimentation, for sure. Have like some different sounds. What time is it where you are right now? It's 3 p.m. Doesn't fit with the fantasy. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think it is relatively polarizing. I think not everyone likes the Goblin music for sure. A metal song in the current raid. I actually haven't heard that. No, has Yoshi P doing script? That's actually fucking hype. That's incredibly bass, actually. That's very cool. No, I haven't heard that though. Definitely exciting though. Yeah, I would love it if Blizzard did like a full metal raid. That would be insane. But that obviously might be a little bit of a bridge too far. Maybe for like one boss though, that'd be very cool. It's too hot. It is ridiculous right now. Like, you can probably see it on my face, but God, dude, I'm actually just sweating right now. Like, I'm sweating all day. I'm drenched in sweat constantly. It's horrible. I think yesterday was worse. It's a little bit cooler where I'm at today. Yesterday was insane. Let me see. What's the temperature at? Oh yeah, wow. Yeah, that's. Oh. It's 33. What? It's 33 Celsius. That is insane. And wait, what's the humidity? Oh, at least it's not that humid. It's only about 20% humidity. Oh, it's going up to, oh my God. It's going up to 70% though later this week. Oh. 33 in your house, outside, but it's probably warmer. In this room right now, it's probably mid-30s. Do I not have AC? We don't really have AC in the UK because you'll only use it for like, not even a month. You'll use it for like 3 weeks in a year where it's hot enough to use the AC. And also all the houses in the UK, they're designed to keep heat in. They're all very heavily insulated. So all of our houses are very good at getting warm and staying warm. And obviously that kind of backfires when it's a little bit too hot, right? Which is not ideal. Get on Tuesday, blog post, trailer. Oh, it'll be like full expansion announcement. It's like all of the above. Oh, we're actually under attack. Boom. PC and lights. Yeah, again, I think it's, I need to turn the sound on. Yeah, I think in the room right now, it's probably 35 in here. Sitting down in 35. I mean, it's not going to be for that long. It'll be like this week going into the middle of July, and then probably like the start of August as well. It's just like super hot right now. It's going to be a fair bit cooler next week, I think. It's going to cool down pretty soon, and then it'll be like hot a little bit again. Really run that hot? Nah, it's not the lights, it's the PCs. I have 2 PCs in here, and the room's not very big. I have 2 machines, 3 monitors. And it's not a big room. So it's just a lot of hot air that isn't really escaping. Great tea time over for more. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. A boba. Hey, Sealant. Stagger. Hello, YouTube and Twitch. Ah, Time to be Untamed is here. Shout out to Rated, Shadow Priest main. Rank 1 Shadow Priest on the Venture Co server. You better be joining our splits, by the way, bro. I expect you to have 3 characters geared for our splits. Bro's benched from the raid, but he's not benched from feeding us loot at the start of the tier. AC, yeah, it's one of those things I really ought to get it because I think it does actually impede my ability to stream properly because it's so unbelievably warm in here. It's like very uncomfortable. It's like distractingly warm. I always say every year I should get it, but that's the problem, right? Like it's not inconvenient enough to motivate me. Does that make any sense, guys? Because again, it's only like really hot for maximum four weeks a year, really. So, like, you know, a month is when it gets too hot in the UK. Other than that, it's completely fine. Because by the middle of August, like towards the end of August, it's already cooling down a lot. Uses heaters in the winter? Yeah, but I have 2 PCs in here. Like, heat is never an issue. Do you have a fan? Only on my PCs. One's on wheels. Well, the thing is, I actually, look, I don't know much about this, but look, I am a really special snowflake, guys. Anything that makes noise is completely unacceptable to me. I'd rather be hot than have background noise, actually. So I would want to get like a proper installation that doesn't really generate sound. I think I imagine a lot of the kind of mobile units would be quite loud. Blood rubies are farmable daily per account or character. Those things are just farmable infinitely, to be honest. You can just like go round and round and round with blood rubies. With like doing the events. Like if you mean like the crafting stuff, then yeah, it's a different situation. But in terms of just like, oh, that's CPC, huh? You should get CC'd though. Cornicra is so tanky, man. And new leaks? Well, there's going to be a teaser in an hour and 45, I think. Or should be, anyway. I also have a baby shower to go to for my homie. How do I reconcile this conundrum? Look, just get it on the headphones, listen to it while you're at. 2-for-1 deal, bro. There's some more units that are silent. Yeah, I might look into it, honestly, and just get something silent. Because I just hate noise. But yeah, look. Gamers. If you guys want to talk about stop killing games, we should do that. I will continue talking about it today for the stream, and we'll keep doing it until the end of July, because of course July 31st is the deadline. To watch Twitch streams at a baby shower, I would imagine that's probably a bit of a no-no, but you got to be subtle about it. Being cold is 100 times worse. Yeah. This is just like a quirk, but I am not very sensitive to cold at all. I actually quite like it, to be honest. I have been like memed on because I used to go swimming with a club and stuff like that. I would, and when I do this now. Like all year round, I basically wear shorts, a t-shirt, and sandals because I don't actually particularly like wearing socks unless I have to for sport. And even when it was snowing, I would wear the exact same thing. And when I went skiing, I would kind of do a similar thing too. I didn't really like wearing all the ski gear because I found it like way too warm. Like even when it was actually pretty cold outside, like into the negatives, I found it too warm to like use all the ski gear. I have cold resistance, guys. Like -30? Yeah, -30, that's a little bit too much. We're so about, yo, Bloom. Love to hear that, bro. Yeah, we should catch up sometime, actually. Because I did. My latest interaction with Bloom, it is like, he just dropped a nuke in my DMs. Like, he just fucking nuked Guild Wars 2 out of nowhere. And he, yeah. So we got to talk about that. I didn't watch the podcast, didn't read the manifesto, but all I can say is SKG is dumb. I worked at Blizzard, by the way. Yeah, thank you guys a lot for like not bringing up any of the drama. I actually really wanted to keep it clean because I know drama is funny and look, I'm not gonna lie, it is actually really funny. But I think there's a time and a place for it, and that wasn't it. So good job, guys, on that. It would, dude. Honestly, that would be really weird. I think this like would be very. This is obviously not going to happen, but it would be really strange if like I end up like encountering pirate software. Like he reacts to a clip of the podcast or something like that, and then I get like thrown into this. Like, but I think that's actually extremely unlikely because I was very careful not to mention anything even remotely adjacent to pirate software in that situation. Got AOTC for swing into LFR, right? I paused Grey. Ooh, I have to work on that. But yeah, that's good stuff, actually. I think Heroic Galaxy is a really fun fight. It's really good RP. I love that, he, turns into like a Giga Mech for the last phase. Very exciting. You're on the list? I mean, look, I support Stop Killing Games, so I guess so. Carried by music? Yeah, the music is fun. The drama is funny, but him getting no attention is the best win. I mean, I actually think the best win is look, in a really funny roundabout way, Pirate Software is pretty much responsible for this initiative passing. Like, no joke, guys. I really do think that. Like, if he hadn't, kind of gone nuclear on Stop Killing Games, it's very unlikely that there would have been almost like the impetus to create like massive support with a lot of the community recently, right? Like, because of course, like Stop Killing Games, it's hard to get 1 million people to sign something. It's like very difficult, and obviously Pirate Software video was damaging to the cause. But Stop Killing Games was struggling to get the level of engagement that it was required. It was only recently, like with the blowback that Pirate's been receiving, that actually ended up like ultimately getting it done and getting the numbers that we were looking for, right? So yeah. I mean, look, honestly, if I was him, I would claim that. I would say, yeah, I supported this the entire time. It was, I pranked you guys. It was all part of my master plan. That would be based. I don't think people would buy that, though. I don't think he has, like, enough benefit of the doubt left over, unfortunately. But it would be really funny. So, yeah. Yeah, it was, like, the Pirate Software stuff that, like, really catapulted it back into, like, the public discourse. And ultimately kind of, again, I think, like, massively contributed to the success of the operation. 9D chess, exactly, yeah. It was a 9D chess situation. required a villain to push this through. I mean, I think it's unfortunate, but it's not entirely unsurprising. I really think that, look, nothing gets people going quite like a common enemy, right? Like that is, that's just lizard brain, right? Like we've got the fucking reptile brain still going there a little bit. He's beyond mortal ken. True, yeah, he is beyond, like his powers are beyond our mortal ken. It's funny because it is actually a bit of a Dune operation. Like he's the God Emperor. Like he put us on the golden path. Dude, I think I pointed this out before. I love the domino meme. Okay, it's actually, look, guys, someone should make this. Surely someone's already. There's no way someone hasn't made this, right? Like the little domino is, you know, Mana Gem or whatever, or like roaching out of Diamol, and like the big domino is SKG passes, right? Like it's like this was his plan the entire time. He planned it out all from day one. Oh, it's funny. Tag, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. Do it after the legislation passes? Yeah. No complacency, guys. I would definitely say don't be complacent. No complacency. Get involved, get informed, and if you agree and you are eligible, sign the initiative. I did make the meme. Oh, yes. Look at that. We fucking love to see that. I mean, it is just beautiful. Like that, it's literally there. So you can see all the dominoes from start to finish. So I guess, look, another big win for OnlyFans, guys. Another massive W for OnlyFans. So wait, hold on. Couldn't we go even further, guys? Couldn't we go even further? Couldn't we say that Vanilla HC started the chain of events? Couldn't we say that Vanilla Hardcore literally saved gaming? So like the community project to do Vanilla Hardcore, which ultimately ended up creating OnlyFans Season 2, which then created the Roach situation, and then ultimately created the villain situation, leading to the success of Stock Killing Games. But then, yeah, even more than that, we can go back further. We can literally go back further. The classic movement. So classic WoW and Nostalrius and like the private server community literally saved all of gaming. Which, if you think about it, is going full circle, because that was an initiative to preserve Vanilla WoW by the community, because of course Vanilla WoW didn't exist at the time, and it's now come full circle all the way around to Stop Killing Games. That's crazy, actually. It started where it begun. Insane. Then we go even further and say, yeah, the original... Dude, oh my god. The original developer of World of Warcraft realized that this would happen and saw the change in the live service industry and said, I'm going to plan all of this operation so that 20 years in the future, a consumer advocacy movement will save all of gaming from the horrors of like new Blizzard and live service games in general. That's crazy. It was their plan the entire time. Since day one. Yeah. That's some jailer shit. That's what that is. Bozo friendly with the brain check. Good call. Dude, I'm actually so fucking tired. Holy shit. I am mega drained because I got up pretty early for this. Earlier than I normally would, and I am not fresh. I need to go juice up. It's the only way I'm going to get through this. I think it's actually because of the heat. The heat is like draining me. Every second I'm awake, I'm just sweating more, and it's like all of my energy is like being squeezed out of my body and expelled into sweat. Horrible. This sucks. Dude, I'm supposed to be playing Mythic Plus later today. Oh my god. Dude, I can do like one key, then I'm just depleted. God
One
damn.
of the dominoes should be ArenaNet making Guild Wars 2 good enough to keep going but not good enough to pull from the WoW community which gave vanilla more of a player base.
True. I mean, well, honestly, that's maybe a little bit unnecessary. It's almost like a little bit salty, but funny meme. Oh, take a nap. Oh, that's the thing though. I have to interview a trial for the guild. Oh god. Thank you very much for the 420, by the way. It's very funny. Oh, dude, I have to interview people for the guild. Oh, I can't take a nap. I wish I could. We actually have a couple of interviews coming up. I didn't stream the PTR because honestly I was, well, I gotta be honest, I just got back from the gym. I was like really sweaty and just pretty uncomfortable. So I just kind of chilled out a little bit. But dude, we owned the PTR, by the way. We actually did really well. I'm extremely happy. We actually had a lot of pugs and we did really well on the mythic bosses. The mythic bosses are also insanely good. You're gonna be missing out, Rated. Like, the bosses are actually fucking sick, to be honest. All of the ones that I played are excellent on Mythic. First 3 are really cool on Mythic, and the next 4 after that, I think are all good. There's no bad boss, actually. Yeah, that's weird. There's not even a single bad boss in the next tier, from what I've seen in testing so far. Yeah, that's actually true as well. They're all kind of bangers. To be honest. Because, like, Rick Reverb, I think, was quite mediocre, and Gallywix is obviously a bit of a letdown, so I think there's a lot of pressure on Dimensius. Like, Dimensius needs a lot. It has to be big. They have to really deliver on Dimensius, but I think they won't want to have another Gallywix situation, so I think it will. But yeah, like, the first 7 bosses are excellent. Very good design. Yeah, Forge Weaver is amazing. It's an amazing 4th boss. Holy shit. That's like a Rashok, right? It's like a Rashok tier boss, in my opinion. It's gonna be one that I think people are gonna remember, like, very fondly down the line. Honestly, all of them, they're all really interesting. Really, really interesting. Fractalus does have potential to suck. It's gonna be a weak aura boss, obviously. But it's not a boss that you actually need a weak aura for. That's just like one of those things that people are going to do it because it will make it simpler and it will like give you like a rigid strategic approach. But it's just like a massive output check. It's missing a mechanic. I think it looked that way because it was quite undertuned on Mythic PTR. It's just a very, it would maybe make sense if it was like earlier in the raid. It's like, it's not that complicated for being a 6th boss. But it's just supposed to be like a brutal DPS check, I think. But yeah, weird for a 6th boss for sure. Maybe like maybe having it as the 5th boss would make a bit more sense, or even as the 4th boss. Like Forge Weaver almost feels like a more appropriate 6th boss than Fractalus. But it's like pure out. It's going to be a mega throughput check, like healing DPS is what it's going to be. I think Forge Weaver will be a pretty tight check as well, actually. Like, that's not going to be trivial to actually get that DPS check down early on in the tier. Yeah, Nexus King looks insane. Like, that fight is wild. Like, holy shit. Like, have you seen how Phase 3 works, Rated, by the way? It's wild. I think it's one of the most creative mechanics I've seen with how, like, Phase 3 works. Like, it's like, how do they come up with this stuff? They really cooked with that one. Soulbinder looks undercooked. It's 3rd boss, so I think it's not the end of the world. But I think honestly, they went undertuned on the PTR, which makes sense, right? They want everyone to like see the fight. But yeah, for sure, like Soulbinder is a pretty. We killed it on Mythic in PTR with shit gear, right? So yeah, it's obviously not the hardest thing in the universe. Yeah, it's better than Rick. Yeah, it's better than Rick, for sure. But again, it's a third boss. It's not supposed to be like super insane. But yeah, it's very deliberately undertuned. They'll all be like significantly more aggressive, I think, on live. Difficulty of Styx was too much. Yeah, Styx was, for a 4th boss, Styx was too hard. Like, how difficult it was, even for world's first guilds, like taking 100 pulls to kill Rick, that's kind of crazy for a 4th boss. Like, that is brutal. If a boss is taking Echo and Liquid like nearly 100 pulls to kill, that boss is insane, right? That, ultimately, look, let's be real. If it takes Echo and Liquid 100 pulls to kill a boss, it's impossible for everyone else. Like, nobody's killing that. Immediately, right? That's insanely difficult. Both players and boss dungeons are a little bit. Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, like in Mythic Plus, you have good gear, right? So people are doing like 15s and 16s. I think that's fine. And also, here's the thing, actually. Like, here's the thing. I'm fine with Mythic Plus being a little bit easier. I actually think it's healthy. Because one, it's an infinitely scaling game mode, so it doesn't matter from my perspective, because I like the, like pushing. Does it bother me that 12s are a bit easier and like aren't too bad? No, entirely the opposite. I think it's good. I really don't have a problem if 10s and 12s are more chill. I think it's good. Because I don't think it's desirable for like 12s and 10s to be like really stressful for people to farm their crests and farm their gear. So I think that's fine. Aaron just crazy myself. Yeah, but they're gonna tune that. It will be a little bit rough week 1, right? Be a bit fucking spicy. Oh yeah, dude, they removed the LOS. They removed the LOS on Dawnbreaker. Dude, oh my god. It's fucking mini bosses, man. They're gonna crank you. Fucking hell. Yeah. No prop pal, no org, no LOS. Look, doesn't that just kind of like lean you in the direction of physical god comp? If you play physical god comp, you have 5 short cooldown kicks a lot of the time. And everyone's kind of tanky. And everyone has like very consistent damage pull by pull, and you just pull smaller. You do smaller pulls, but with higher, like consistent damage throughput, and just do smaller pulls. Just do physical god comp. Because like right now, think about this. Like physical god comp is 100% better from a pug perspective, no? Like, if you had to choose, you pug God comp, VDH, Boomkin, etc., or you pug physical God comp, I feel like you always pick physical God comp. It's, like, way easier to play. How you doing? I'm doing very well, thank you, Laz Windrunner. So yeah, that's I guess my take. Return to drum comp. Dude, I cannot believe that in season 3 we were doing like 28s and even 29s with fucking drums. Also, dude, I had to like tank with no org in that season, and it was like a horrible season for tanks where you would get like one shot by like a little sandman all the time. Fuck you. I can't believe you made me do that. I should have forced Rated to play Org. He shouldn't have. He went mage, but it should have been augmentation of Oka. He would have orged the rat and the warrior. Yeah, no, I can't blame you. No, I can't blame you. Dude, I blame Vivi for like, well, I don't blame anyone, obviously, right? Like, you know, I think it was actually a really fun season. I regret nothing. But look, okay, daily reminder that we did like one Throne of the Tides and Vivi broke to Fire Mage instantly. Like, he mental boomed after one Throne of the Tides. Instant mental destruction. Huge. Warrior getting Paragon, Guardian will get a Monk. I could see him going for like a Monk or a Paladin style thing, yeah. We're alive in games. Yes! We're aliving. Oh my god. Video games are alive. Mage can't die, bro. You can't live with just Barry like any other mage. Oh, true! Dude, you got fucked so hard, actually. Like, he did... we would do, like, Yasma, and he was, like, begging for, like, help and externals because we had no org. It was... Because you don't live, right? Like, you just don't live without org. It was so it was so fucked up. Bro, do you remember, Dark Art Thicket? End boss? With, like, the beam in P2. Right? And the beam would actually, like, two-tick people. And Snizzle was, like, just sweating his balls off, trying to keep people alive from the beam when he's fully juiced up, like, actually two-ticking people, combined with, like, the bolts. That was insane. Yeah. Oh, man. That was content. That was, it was a base season. Yeah, and also Rated was just, yeah, Rated was like, oh no, I have 2 mega pad specs in the group, fucking Rat and Fury Warrior, okay, like Abindo and Vivi, like unleashing. Also very fun, by the way. Dealing with threat. VDH versus, like, 2 Omega pad specs. And it was no Spirit Bomb as well. Yasma, Tempest Barrier, Mage Barrier, Mirror Image, and you still die on 31. Dude, like, yeah, the 31 Tyrannical of Taldazar was messed up. Dude, like, Org was so strong there. It's, like, so hard to live without Org in those keys. I think it's so cool that we did the Throne of the Tides, right? We did the Throne of the Tides with no org on a pretty high key. That was actually pretty epic. On 21. Or 29, rather. Not 21, that would be kind of easy. But yeah, like 29. Throne of the Tides. I think that wasn't a fortified, though, not to... Wait, was it Tyrannical? Oh, no, we did it on both, actually. We did it on Tyrann and fortified. Yeah, we did it both. Dude, that key was so sweaty. Like, both of those were the sweatiest things ever. Kills probably the hardest. Yeah, I was very hard, yeah. Look, from the tank perspective, bro, dude, on the 30 Dark Heart we did, I mean, that was insane. And also, 29 Everbloom from tank POV was just absolute sweat the entire way. Just like horror, like actual cosmic horror. And dude, early Dark Heart, oh my fucking god, it was really hard on 30. And I had to get all the tech right, like the double misery shit, and all the skips and meld stuff, and the snapping. It was like very, very sweaty, like the entire way. But yeah, in terms of like raw numbers, I would definitely say that yeah, the Throne of the Tides was very difficult, yeah. Was so dumb. Oh, it was really dumb. Because you have to get all the stops and the cats like randomly one-shot people as well. It's good. Only 8 in rotation per season. Yeah, I actually would like to see them maybe increase that at some point. Like, I think it would be really cool if there were 10 dungeons. But the funny thing is, I feel they actually have to be a little bit careful with this because I think there's already a risk of people being overloaded with, like, too much stuff to do. If they increase the number of dungeons that are available more, I actually think it might be bad rather than good with like overloading people and having too much to learn. Like a very legitimate concern about a game that moves as fast as well. And I think this is one of the reasons why a lot of people really prefer classic MMOs. It's why I think people are really enjoying old school RuneScape is that, dude, you have to learn a lot when you play retail. Like the game changes very frequently. It's like, okay, you're done with that. Now you're learning this. Done with that. Learn this. Now your class is different. Relearn it. Go. Right. That happens a lot. Right. And that's exhausting. I really empathize with people who find that tiring and, you know, find that intense. It's like new thing, learn it. Okay, new thing, learn it. New dungeon, learn it. So that is intense for sure. Same events. Oh yeah, there's like so much like weird stuff going on. Yeah, like the Dustly Duo stuff, like the story thingy. Right, you've got like the time walking going on. There's like loads of crazy stuff going on in the game right now. Leagues, yeah, but I guess that doesn't apply to all of the game, right? Like in like the true OSRS, and I think this is true of like Classic WoW as well. Although, I mean, Classic WoW has its own type of FOMO because the game is like very reliant on fresh, and like the start of a Classic experience is way better than like the end. For example, I would have had way more fun if I'd got into OnlyFans earlier. It took me a while to get in, but if I'd got in earlier, I think it would have been more fun, right? I kind of missed like some of the really good content because I was late. Will Bloom review the next Ghost 2 expansion? Probably, yeah. DHD throw an Everbloom and Rise? Yeah, that is very difficult, yeah. The affix is in dog comp, though? Oh, yeah, it's... obviously, that season was my favorite season to play, no question about that. But it's honestly interesting to think, like, how much further could we have gone with Org? I feel like we could have done at least one more key level, right? If we had Augmentation Evoker. And that's the way it goes, right? Comp is comp, and we chose to play that way, and I don't regret it. It was really fun. It was amazing. I'm hoping to really kind of recapture that next season, to be honest. I'm planning on going, like, mega hard. I don't really have any obligations in August, so we're playing D-Gen, to be honest. Like, we're going back to Season 3. I'm rekindling it. We're going harder than Season 3. Think about giving WoW a shot. I'm a tank main. I have no idea what kind of chart to make in WoW, how to go from 0 to raid. Honestly, the game does a pretty okay job of that, honestly. If you want to start playing DPS just to get like a feel for the fights, it's absolutely fine. But just like start in LFR. Like LFR and normal are very chill. Like really chill. Super relaxing. You're not going to be under any pressure there. You could honestly tank LFR and normal bosses as a DPS, no joke. You'd probably be able to do that. Because they're supposed to be introductory. They're supposed to just kind of give you a feel for what the hell's going on. Like heroic is where stuff starts to get spicy in World of Warcraft raiding. Like before that, you're absolutely fine. Just like get in there and have fun. Same with dungeons. Like just work your way up through the difficulties. Right, start with normals, do some heroics, then get to Mythic 0, then work your way into Mythic Plus. It's exactly how it's read on the tin, right? Like you just do what the game tells you to, basically. Like just do what the game tells you to. And Del, I actually quite like Del's because it's kind of solo dungeon content. You can get in them and just practice your class mechanics, right? Too. That's like a good way to kind of get familiar with your class and like learn your abilities and so on. So I think there's actually kind of a lot of good ways to get comfortable. When in August it releases? Yeah, Darren's. So patch day is the 5th. And then the raid drops the week after. So basically the pre-patch, basically, like the story, Mythic 0, Delves, right? The RP, the new map, that's on the 5th. Week after, it's the drop. Delves, the entire healing for sure, yeah. I think Delves, I do quite like Delves actually as a concept. Definitely good for like learning how to press your buttons. Scout legendaries, I think they're actually relatively unpopular, but I think that's because they're usually expensive. And also, having RNG be kind of tied to a really powerful player item, I think feels really bad. Like, for example, if you were playing in Dragonflight, if you were a user that could use Firalath but didn't have it, dude, you're actually just fucked. Because Firalath was so powerful that if you didn't have it, it felt bad, man. I was pretty lucky I got it early, but Abindo, the warrior, it took him a while to get it. Like, Vivi got it pretty early on his Retribution Paladin as well. But yeah, legendaries are tricky because they're so powerful, so impactful. I love them. I loved the RP with Firalath. I think it was fantastic. The little quest line you had to do to get this item where you actually fight like an echo of Farak, basically. And an echo of history to actually obtain this item. I think it was fantastic. I loved it, to be honest. Yeah. But I can understand why Blizzard doesn't want to go that way and why people don't like it, because it can be frustrating, because they are linked to performance. Kilo below bleeding edge. The thing is, we were actually, on some keys, we were one below bleeding edge, I think. We actually owned that season so hard. But yeah, I agree. It would have got us to, it would have really helped us on, like, the one, we were getting, like, roadblocked pretty hard on stuff like Yasma. On, like, really high Tyrannical, it was just like, okay, good fucking luck, right? With living that, essentially. But yeah, for sure, yeah, it would have definitely been advantageous. +1. By fang or axe, I will tear you asunder. Yes, very good. It stratifies the game experience unnecessarily. Yeah, so I think if they want to do legendaries, they have to come up with like a, I want to say like a relatively deterministic way to get it. Which is tricky because it takes some of the magic out of it. Like when I dropped Firolath, I was like, oh shit, Firolath dropped. But the thing is, a lot of people got screwed. So you need to have like a very robust bad luck protection system, in my opinion, if you want to have something like that. Or make it deterministic and kind of eat the fact that it's going to be less exciting. Do you like burgers? Yes. 4's 1 key below. Yeah, dude. Like, our 4 was sick. We got the 31, right? And I think our DHT was also really good. And our throne was 1 key below bleeding edge until the trick, right? The third boss trick, where you basically skip the third boss by, like, pulling it into the final boss room. Because, like, 31-4 was timed, like, right at the end of the season, right? 31 throne, right? Like, 30 throne was top, and we had 29. Right until like the last day. Dude, that was so fucking funny because that was Lemike's team, right? Lemike and Royben. They like yoinked rank 1 from nerf at the last possible second. After I think NA was basically down, right? And they like yoinked it at the last second with the trick to kill the third boss at the same time as the last boss, right? That was actually insane. And I think they, like, yoinked rank 1 by, like, 0.5 IO. Because, yeah, like, basically the Method team, I guess. Like, the Method team didn't have 34 Atal Dazar. And if you think about it, man, think of the storyline there. Just think about the storyline there. That was the key where the Giga Deplete meme comes from. Like, sorry, this is Giga Deplete. And they actually timed the 34 Atal Dazar. But the 34 Atal Dazar was not enough, right? Because the Throne 31 was timed, which was, like, a better upgrade. Season 3 drop. Dude, I mean, look, that was the non-verbal. Dude, wait, hold on. Was Season 3 peak? You had Sneak.lure, Insane Race to Worlds First, Seeds, Seed exploits going on, seeding, non-verbal, rank 1 steal on Throne of the Tides. That was pretty good. There was some pretty high-tier drama going on in Season 3. Ranked in League or what? Yeah, you could think about it that way for sure, yeah. But it typically comes with... it's more like ARPG seasons, right? That's why I would compare it more in that direction. What class race should I go for? I don't want to grind up a car. I'll have it bad down the line. There's actually a couple of approaches you can take. Like, racial skills in general are not mega impactful. It's mostly like a cosmetic thing, but notably, dwarf racial is good because you can remove debuffs, including bleeds from yourself. And also night elf, too, with shadow meld. I wouldn't stress over it that much, though. If you want to play a character because you think it's cool, then you should play that character. Mildly impactful racials? Yeah, I'd say so. There are some mildly impactful ones, like the Magha Orc racial is really powerful DPS. Dwarf racial's good. Dark Iron Dwarf racial's good. Night Elf racial's good. High Mountain Tauren is good as well, actually. For example, if you want to play Druid, you can't be a Dwarf, right? So High Mountain Tauren's really good. Kul Tiran is also good for Druid as well. They have a good racial for tanks. So there's actually a lot of like pretty good racials. Blood Elf racial is good. That one's like an AoE dispel, right? I guess it's not horrible. I think, well, it used to be an AoE silence. Now that's disgusting. I imagine when that was in the game, that was kind of meta. It was like an AoE interrupt almost. That's pretty busted. But yeah, I think that's not the case anymore. But yes, that sounds completely broken when that was in the game. I imagine a lot of people were playing Blood Elf. Death Knight is good, is that true? In my opinion, it's one of the two, in my opinion, safest tanks to pick for raid is Blood DK and Prot Paladin. I think the probability that those two are not necessarily going to be meta, like the optimal picks that you're going to see in the Race to Worlds first, but I think in the current state of the game, it is very unlikely that either of those is bad. I would say there's maybe some concerns that Prot Paladin might not always be able to live. It's one of the squishier tanks right now. But it has a really good utility package, and it just provides a lot of value to the group. It's like very unlikely that those two tanks are going to be bad. Like Blood DK for similar reasons. Like Blood DK just lives, and Grip and AMZ is pretty nice. So if I was going to pick two tanks that are going to be not bad for raid, Blood DK and Prot Paladin, yeah. Enjoy. Death Knight, Blood DK is also a very fun spec to play. It was honestly a little bit mental brain rot in Dragonflight, but it's way more interesting in the War Within. Worst summon keys of those two, though? Yeah, I think they're the two worst tanks for keys currently. But, I mean, they're fine up until you get to, like, the higher ones, right? So it's fine. If you're just doing, like, weeklies, those tanks... Honestly, if you're doing weeklies, I feel like those tanks are actually excellent. It's in, like, higher keys where Blood DK and Prot Paladin suffer, but in low keys, they're actually really good, in my opinion. Because, like, you live no problem in weeklies, and Prot Paladin, like, hard carries with sack, spell warding, bop, and so on, and a little bit of off-healing here and there. And Blood DK is immortal and has grips, which is often kind of nice for, like, cleaning up messy pulls and stuff. And it just is like giga immortal in weeklies. You don't care about the healer at all. Like, you're not reliant on your team to stay alive. Yeah, Blood DK is well, and Prot Paladin does really good damage as well. Like, Prot Paladin and Blood DK have good damage currently. They're just a little bit too squishy for, like, the higher keys. Brew's really fun. I mean, Brew is looking really good. I think right now for Mythic Plus, people are thinking Brew or Prot Warrior is looking really strong. Because Brew's damage is looking really good currently. I guess Brew's utility is mediocre, but its damage contribution is going to be very high because it is, of course, going to be able to give you the 8% buff. Warrior is kind of nice because it has a shit ton of CC, right? You've got Shockwave, Stormbolt, right? AoE Kick, which is also really nice for kind of controlling mobs. So Warrior has a lot of control on the Prot Warrior. Dude, honestly, I do think Prot Warrior is cooked as fucking keys, though. Like, getting aggro on that spec, it feels so annoying to me compared to other tanks. Like, Brew and Prot Warrior are not amazing at it. I feel like every tank, well, it feels like almost every tank except Bear and Prot Paladin, like, have aggro issues currently. Yeah. Only play the tip top rather than what carries pugs. I actually think that's something. It's something that should be talked about more. I'll probably try and talk about that for season 3. DH. DH is also looking really strong next season. Yeah. The thing about DH is it just has really good control. Chains, Misery, Silent Sigil, Chaos Nova. Its control's really good. But honestly, DH threat on pull is alright, to be honest, but it's not amazing. Because a lot of the builds you don't play Spirit Bomb right now. Like, a lot of your damage and threat is coming from Fury of the Eldrachi. If you played Fellscarred, it would be easy, because you just, like, go Omega DPS, but on Eldrachi, it's a little awkward sometimes. And Spirit Bomb is weird anyway, even if you run it, because it has, like, a delay on it. I think tanks have like a really weird issue right now where a lot of their damage is coming from hero talent stuff that you don't use on pull. It's like a couple of seconds into the pull is where your damage kicks in on tanks. Again, with the kind of like the exception being like Bear is the best. Like Bear has Omega threat. Like you hit Thrash once and job done. You have aggro. Congratulations. And like Prot Paladin's really good too. You know, get an Avenger Shield in there, gather everything up. You get your, you know, Hammer of Light off and fucking job done. Easy peasy, right? Like nobody's ripping off you. But stuff like, yeah, like VDH is a bit awkward sometimes. Prot Warrior feels awkward sometimes. Brew can be a little bit awkward on pull as well, for sure. Blood DK is actually okay. It has like weak threat right at the start, but once you get going, you're fine as well. You have like really good uncapped AoE. Yeah. Especially if you play Deathbringer. Deathbringer DK is good because you have that really big spike on pull. They're making it kind of nice too because you get like free Bone Storms on Deathbringer. So like Deathbringer's going to have like pretty good snap threat next patch because you get free Bone Storms whenever you use an Exterminate. And that combined with the immediate Exterminates on pull from the tier set means that DK will have no issuing keys. I do like Deathbringer. I think Deathbringer is one of the best hero talents. That's very exciting. Oh, yeah. Frost DK is looking really exciting. Frost DK is hype. It looks really cool next patch. I hope it's good. I'll probably, well, it depends what I'm going to be playing in Raid. Because I don't think I'm going to be playing DK in Raid. And dude, imagine that, guys. Double Blood DK on every boss. I think that's pretty unlikely, to be honest. But honestly, like, AMZ is looking really good. Like, having having 3 AMZs in the Raid might actually be pretty based. To be honest. Because that means you can use an AMZ every minute, right? If you have the 3-minute cooldown. And AMZ looks really good on all the fights. It's much less good in Mythic Plus, though. Unlucky. Not to resub to WoW. Well, listen, okay, we do both here. We do Guild Wars 2 and WoW. On a map in a Wolf, so it's about 63 per side-ish. We don't know the exact number, but that's like that's about what it is. The Void Weaver Shadow Priest tier set. They'll nerf it after Race Worlds first. Dude, nobody fucking plays Shadow Priest, man. We're desperately trying to find a Shadow Priest, but they just don't exist for the raid. Oh, you know of one? Oh, yeah, that would be a powerful recruit, actually. Holy. Let's go to the Silvermoon server. I play on NA, they'd transfer, like delete your account, make a new one on EU, gear your Shadow Priest, and join the guild. Go. Enjoy the ping, buddy. Forbidden Ritualist? I mean, look, there will be new forbidden ones in the expansion. Dude, what if we can play... What if every spec gets a forbidden one build? Every build is forbidden. It would be pretty cool, actually, like, if they added more hybrid specs. Because there are, like, honestly, most hybrids in Guild Wars kind of suck right now. Which actually feels pretty bad. Dude, when the teaser drops... Dude, we're going to have to burn it. We're going to have to go teaser immediately into, like, nap, into interview. Because I am actually dying, man. I am fucking dying. I'm going to sleep well. That's the good news. A curious link. He's dropped the bomb. I mean, the character does exist. $15 Dark Flame? Oh, shit. And that is powerful. Inferno Ellie is the most hybrid. I meant like heal hybrids, right? Like the Forbidden one. But yeah, there's some definitely cool kind of hybrid DPS builds that do power and condition damage, or kind of like utilize both. Tempest Scourge Firebrand. Willburner can work too. I feel like Willburner is a bit of a stretch, but yeah, Spectre, Tempest Scourge, and Firebrand should be good, I think. I'm losing faith in Monk Elite spec. Oh, yeah? Well, I mean, I think they might get something kind of like Paladin Monk style. I could definitely imagine that. Incredible. If it had better healing modifiers. I mean, it's potentially forbidden, I guess. But I don't think it's fully forbidden. Dude, it is weird. This is actually a really weird situation. Because I've been like on the stop killing games, and now that's entered my YouTube algorithm. Like, it's getting... My YouTube algorithm now constantly wants me to watch pirate software expose videos. Because those two things are, like, intrinsically linked in the algorithm, right? Also, okay, guys. I actually need to... Okay, I'm gonna fucking call this shit out. Okay? This is dumb. Look. Guys... We need to stop. Like, this actually has to stop. I fucking hate thumbnails like this. He's done. Dude, wait. He's done the same fucking thumbnail twice. What are we doing? What is this, bro? We've got to look. It's over. It's over. GG. Okay, no recovery. Look, we got to stop this. Okay, we have to stop this. Yeah. It's actual slop. It is pure slop. Dude, yeah. The thumbnail situation is crazy. It is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at this shit. What is this? Okay, he's over. He's done. Like, he quit. He's lost. Insane update. Come on, man. Like, his career's over. Yeah. Yeah. Like, man, this is so over dramatic, right? God damn. Also, look, the person who sent me this, Emissy, wait, is it Emissy who sent me this? He's like feasted on some of this slop. He's like devoured the slop. Yeah. CM Converge. Ah, we could do like a CM Converge. What one do you need, Nike? We can cook something up. Yeah. Oh, dude, it's so fucking dumb. Dude, okay, wait. Oh, I think someone mentioned this guy, More Pegasus. Interesting channel name. Dude, saying this about Mr. Beast is so stupid. It's like, this is like the biggest YouTuber, multi-millionaire, like, what, insanely wealthy. Saying it's over, he's done, it's just, oh, it's so stupid. Like, it's just, I actually like, I dislike this because it's like bad journalism, right? Like, saying that, like, it's over for Mr. Beast is just like it's just stupid. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, it's obvious. Oh, God. Oh, it's such slop. Yeah. It's over. Finally over. I mean, look, what is this title? Mr. Beast destroyed his career? I mean, I don't get you wrong. I think it is important to criticize people, but dude, that's like insane. That makes no sense. 7.6 million views. Yeah. It's over. Let's do we can do career. He's done. Finally done. They want the slop. Do it for another Guild Wars 2 streamer. I should do it for Darren's. I should just, yeah, I should say Darren's is over. He needs to apologize. Yeah, exactly. Darren's needs to apologize. Darren's is over. Darren's is cooked. Darren's got caught. He annihilated his career. This Guild Wars 2 YouTuber ended his own career. True. Oh, man. Shoveling slop into my gaping mouth. Slop sludge fills my body. I'm becoming one with the slime. Join me in slugging. We will coalesce into ooze together. All right, I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna open this. I'm gonna quickly grab a cup of tea and stretch my legs a little bit and wake up. Try to wake up a bit. It is time. Yep. I will be right back, guys. If you want to do Greer CM, join. Bring boons, guys. Give me some boons in here as well, yeah? Bring boons. We're doing Greer CM. Get in here. Or don't. I guess it's up to you. I will be back in just a moment. All right. Okay. Are we going or what? Oh, wait, what are you guys talking about? Let me open this. Yeah, the embed saga was it was definitely something. Embed. I mean, Darren's was kind of leading the charge on that operation, right? Oh man. Yeah. Okay, let me organize some shit here. I'm assuming that all of these scourges are forbidden. It's actually looking good, actually. We do like that. It's couple of heralds. I actually really like Firebrand for this because you have the stability, or Chronos too for the same reason. Do love to see that. Okay, we're actually a little short on. We're short on quickness, aren't we? You lot, someone go quickness, guys. We need some more quickness. Who's giving us speed? Where's the speed at? Scrappers or heralds, maybe? Any scrappers or heralds? Squad 9 is DPS. Okay. Wait. Exodus of the Elder Dragons. Gods. I will put that somewhere else. Oh, there we go. That is a herald there. We need alacrity for group 9 then. Okay, scrapper is good. Get that in there. Distribute some warriors. Some mechs as well. Mechanist. Okay. Get these Vindies in there. All right, what do we need? I still feel like we need some boons for this group. Yeah, I think we need something for group 11, guys. Any booners? Oh, we have a chrono. That's hopefully going to fix things, more or less. All right. Okay. Is it the day to care about content? Well, I don't understand what you mean. I always care about content. I love content. Okay, it looks pretty good. Hopefully this mech can give some boons. Or maybe the Renegade is giving boons. I don't know. Surely it will work out. Oh, at least one of these. Okay. Look, you guys figure it out. Talk in your parties, yeah? Let's do the squads. 2 is defending. I'm defending. 3, 4, north. 5, 6, northeast. 7, 8, northwest. 9, 10, southwest. 11, southeast. Let's go. Okay. Oh, we're doing Greer. We can just like YOLO. Oh, nice. We have a... Oh, I can drop a demon slaying thing as well, actually. Let me drop that. Okay. There we are. Demon slaying station is down. Can drop some food as well. There's a celestial one. Oh, I don't have any power one. What the fuck? Oh, no, I'm sure someone can drop them. Okay, let's get going. Is there any content? Well, it's pure sub. Oh, yeah. Dude, like, they like, shovel lore-related slop, like, directly into the community. But the thing is, the community loves it, so is it really... I mean, I think you can enjoy slop. Slop is enjoyable, I think, or it can be, at least. So, yeah, there's plenty of slop. Ready for us for that? Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, it's double exciting for me, for another reason. But... Yeah, no, I'm really excited about it. It should be really good. Especially, I think this Race Worlds First in WoW is going to be omega exciting because there's like multiple storylines. First storyline is, can Liquid get the expansion sweep? Can they win all 3 raids in expansion? The second storyline is the Method storyline. Because of course Method and Echo have been kind of, you know, trading players a fair bit. Like Method has been feasting and getting some really, really strong recruits into their roster. So the big question is like, how strong is Method going to be? Like, you know, how is like the Echo and Method interaction going to be?
When do we get to the exciting part?
Bit of a race to world second scenario. I would be inclined to agree that Liquid is my favorite for sure. Like, if I was going to make a call on who's going to win, I'd say that Liquid is in a fantastic position to win. Yeah, of course. They definitely are, yeah. But, you know, you've got to keep a little bit of energy. Like, you know, I wouldn't count Echo out for sure. You know, I mean, Scripe did a video, and to an extent, of course, he's going to say this, but he did actually speak about how feeling really happy with the roster now, like better than when they were going into Undermine. Like, he's feeling good about it. So I think that it's, you know, if he's saying that, I believe him, right? Like, you know, at least, you know, there should be some potential there for the roster. And I imagine Method's feeling good too, and they're probably excited to see what they can do as well. Very cool. Yeah, we need to do the pre-event quickly. That's essentially, we need to do the thingy, right? We're gonna go get Essence, guys. If you're on the stream, let's go. We'll go do the Essence after we get this stuff done, so we can get a little bit of a head start. And also, guys, with the pre-collected Essence we're getting here, don't instantly deposit it, right? Make sure we have all of the thumpers up before we deposit so we get the multiplier. But yeah, everyone come through here, guys, and get all this Essence here.
Yeah!
And don't deposit until all the thumpers are up.
But do not celebrate, small cubs, for the real challenge had only just begun.
Turn events into a speedrun. Yeah, I actually really hope that if they do Convergences again in the next expansion, they really lean into this. I do not understand why they have the boss teleporting every 25% phase. It really breaks the flow for me. I massively dislike it. And I also really don't like how time-gatey the pre-event is as well. Like, even if you do it really well, it's just a bit of a drag and very combat light. I hope they really lean into like the speedrun approach with Convergences if they do make a return in the next expansion. Is it slop? The lore Andes love it? Well, I mean, I think it's definitely gameplay slop, but I guess the lore isn't slop. I don't know. The boss takes too long. Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with that. It's a bit much. Do the thumpers first, guys. Right? Don't deposit just yet. Do the thumpers first.
And she was the inventor of the tectonic thumper.
You there! Stop dawdling
I get the Thumpers. I'm going to go help Southeast. I think they have only one group. Yeah, I'll help Southeast and then come back. Monk for Guardian calling it. I mean, that would be a big drop, yeah. I think people would really like that. I think we might not have seen the the icon for Paragon, to be honest. It might not be the helmet. We might see Paragon. Because we may simply not have actually seen that one yet. And like the winged helmet one could be Guardian, right? I'm gonna grab some essence and then grab essence and then go back. We're 3 out of 6. Gonna wait for 6 out of 6 and then go from there. I'm getting the essence. That'll be confusing in PvP. Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, we'll see. I think ArenaNet are actually a little bit unpredictable. It's hard to match these things together, in my opinion, because the ArenaNet are pretty unpredictable with how they do stuff. Okay, I've got 50. That's enough. I'm just going to keep running Essence, honestly. Looks like you don't need that many people defending at all. Do you run from the random goblin shit? Yeah, I feel like this is something that the WoW story does quite a lot. I think it happened in Dragonflight as well. Well, actually, I guess Dragonflight didn't in the patches. Like, the main patches were all pretty connected in Dragonflight, but I feel like there were also like random story detours in the campaign. Like, oh yeah, now we're going to go talk to the Tuskar, and the Tuskar are going to teach you about life. It's like pretty random. But I guess, like, you know, Volt, then Aberrus, then Imidrisil, they all actually are pretty linked to the main story. Whereas, yeah, Undermine is pretty, you know, it's a little bit of a stretch. It's not really related to the main story that much. I'm not even entirely sure that this patch, like Koresh, is like that related to the main story. It's gonna have Xalatath in it, but it's not. It's kind of weird, right? With like Dementius. Bro, why would you fucking link this? Okay, like that image is so fucking horrifying, bro. Holy. Do not click that, guys. I strongly recommend against it. I clicked it and now I'm scarred for life all over again. Zalitos, and look, good news. I think people are going to love the fact that we're allying with Xalatath. The Kumas are... It's a big win for the Kumas. Oh, hold on there. I'm going to stay. The camp is under attack. I mean, Xalatath will be around in the next expansions too. I wonder if they're going to keep it up. Will, like, the foot shot thing be the War Within only? Or will it actually be other games as well, right? Or, like, the next expansion. Are they going to continue, like, the foot shots? I almost want to do a poll. I almost want to do a poll on how many of you guys actually like feet. Because there must be, like, a decent mark for this. Like, Blizzard is doing it for a reason. Or maybe it's just, like, I guess the director is also, like, a big fan. I'm a high IQ scheming villain. Yeah, I definitely agree with that for sure, yeah. I think it'll be really interesting. But because, yeah, like, her motivation is not... Yeah, I think that's a good criticism, X. Like, her motivation is not particularly interesting. Like, what's her end game, right? Like, her end game is that she wants to be, like, super powerful or whatever, but that's not... That's a bit of a cop-out almost, right? It's like, what's like, her end game, you know? Because it's pretty clear that she... And maybe we're gonna find out, like, what her end game is, because it's pretty clear that she doesn't actually want the Void Lords to kind of, you know, show up. Because she's against Dimensius, right? Who's kind of like this, like, eldritch, cosmic horror entity who's gonna, like, feast on the world. And she's not into that. And I guess the end of the expansion cutscene will probably give us a little bit of insight in that, and maybe some stuff about Midnight as well. But yeah, it's pretty unclear, like, what her actual goals are. Yeah. A foot fetish poll? Well, okay, look. This is on topic, though, Silhouette. Because I would say that both Guild Wars 2 and World of Warcraft currently contain elements of foot fetishism, no? World of Warcraft with Xalatath, obviously. And Guild Wars 2 with Queen Jenna and, Emperor In, right, as well. In the final, story instance of Janthea Wilds, there is a foot fetishism reference. So, like, there's something going on here, right? That there's clearly something happening. Ah, nice. We summoned the boss. I think that was pretty okay for the pre-event. I wasn't looking at the timer, though. Should be able to get gold, I think. Self-motivation? Yeah, I mean, is that it? Like, is that the best we've got? Like, what's the end game, right? Yeah, it messes with her plan. Yeah, but what's her actual plan, though? I guess that's the question, right? Like, what does she want? Venaria blew up Karash to stop Dementia. So you think Dementia's destroyed the world? That's pretty... Wait, is that actually true? That's kind of interesting, actually. Yeah, Vindicator here is amazing. It's good that we've got a couple of Vindicators. It's like an insane pumper spec. Greer. Some refer to Greer as the Breaker. Including me. Many guilds have broken. What is this? This is the Convergence challenge mode, right? Convergence CM. Give stability. The stability uptime on the Scourge is kind of nice now. Star 5, very strong. Ooh, our CC's a bit mediocre, isn't it? A Convergence. It's basically like a scuffed open world meta event. She was the world, so we don't know what for. Yeah, I guess that's what we're going to find out in the story arc, I guess. Right, where's the stench? Where's the stench, actually? Is everyone going the wrong way? I see, okay. Yeah, it's like Dragonstorm or Marionette. Yeah, like an official name for Dragonstorm. Except somehow a bit more scuffed than Dragonstorm, to be honest. Greer. Gree the Bringer. Daily reminder, by the way, guys, that Lemon Dealer exposed the lore on this. He exposed the lore. That Greer actually gave birth to Greer, and Reeg and Ereg. You gotta bear that in mind, guys. The lore on this was actually exposed by Lemon Dealer, one of the most powerful players in the game, Elementalist main, of course. And that was actually completely exposed. People are, I can't really res everyone. Like, they're standing in the shit. Not much I can do about that. Greergar? I mean, I feel like that's almost like copyright infringement to Lemon Dealer. Lemon Dealer made like a full Greergar simulator. I kind of want to see Arc. Who's pumping? Stats 1? Stats 2? Stats 3. Okay. Oh, I got Berserker actually, huh? Dude, okay. I was unironically, because you know that forum post we read yesterday? I don't have a huge amount of motivation to do like Guild Wars 2 content right now, but there is actually one thing that I might be able to scramble the motivation for, and it's basically dropping a nuke on warrior mains specifically. Like, I'm not joking, by the way. I think warrior mains have actually gone too far. I think they complain just a ridiculous amount. For no reason, and they think their like spec is dog shit, but they're just bad at the game. And to be honest, I think if there's any video that needs to be done, it is actually dropping a nuke on warrior mains in the game. Like they look at this, look at warrior just owning the DPS meter right now. It's ridiculous. Like it's crazy that people think warrior is bad. And just like completely unplayable and like awful. It's like it's basically really good in PvE and World versus World, and it's like okay in PvP. There's like some good builds for ranked at least. It's like definitely on the mediocre side in PvP, but it's not like Warrior has been historically bad. Entirely the opposite. Warrior has been like historically very dominant in PvP. Ellie is impossible meme at the same time. I think that honestly does need to be addressed too. Yeah, like the Ellie is impossible thing is insane. Like Elementalist players think their spec is hard. It's funny. Where's this guy? Boom. Now people need to rotate for the breath. We're gonna lose a lot of damage. Dude, everyone's soaking the breath. Dude, people are so insane. Look, you cannot do that, guys. That's so illegal. Do you guys see all this illegal gameplay? Do you guys see that? That's so illegal. Bro. I actually just died there. I got CC'd by something invisible and then chain CC'd for the rest of time. That's insane. It's over. I need to rotate again. BCC. I feel like this should be gold. Because our pre-event was pretty okay. There's the breath. Okay. It has to be up. Yeah, it has to be this way. Reaper? Yeah, Reaper scales really well when you get to 50%. Reaper damage is actually very good on convergences. Yeah, you can swap to an Eagle Relic too, so you get like the 10% mod the entire time. And yeah, Reaper obviously just like scales very hard when you get to below 50%. Pretty nice. Magrust. Dude, also, dude, someone applied to the guild, the WoW guild. I'm not, okay, I'm actually gonna, look, I normally wouldn't do this, guys. I'm gonna read this application to you after you kill Greer. I want to res those guys, but it's not really possible. Is that application slop? Well, I mean, look, I will read it to you after we finish this boss off. I think it's looking good, though. I feel this is gold. Surely? Copium? I think our DPS is going to be a little on the low side, and we've had a lot of downstates, but I feel like we still get away with it. Get stabbed down for that.
Your ashes will feed the foundry.
Get him! Destroy Greer. Oh no, it's over. I touched it. Oh, maybe not gold actually. Our DPS is fairly fettered. I think our pre-event was pretty okay though, so maybe that makes up for it.
Your confidence has become.
Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, nice. We did get gold. Not bad.
They are a mighty
Okay.
one that I'm honored to have fought alongside. But it was not their strength alone that won the day. It was
Let's see what we have here.
the Codan people, the Astral War.
Okay, here we go. If we're going based off trajectory, okay, here's the question. Is there anything else you want to add or feel separates you from other applicants? If we're going based off trajectory, based off previous performance, I would be a solid candidate for the future endeavors. Besides that, I have all the time in the world to improve, and I'm willing to go through great lengths to show my abilities. I will do under-the-table favors, 3-face. I'm a fucking loser who plays WoW too much. I am perfect, trust me. W-type she, fuck Walmart, Ohio, Rizzler, Skibbity, Magrust. That's actually the application we've got, guys. That's what we're dealing with here. So, congratulations, Magrust. You've officially made it in the WoW scene as well. You are now in our guild applications. Yeah. I think we have to commit to this bit, dude. I should have brought up Magrust. I should have brought up Magrust in Stop Killing Games. Oh, dude, this was a fucking proc. Dude, I don't see any difference between me and the rank 1 tanks. I am as good as them. Kira Yoda and now. That's actually based application right there. Yeah. Holy. That's crazy. Oh man, what a meme. Oh dude, this guy streams as well. Holy shit, he's live. He's live right now. He has Tim, what is this? He has like brain rot on his stream overlay. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, let's go and wait for the teaser. We're gonna have to be pretty quick about this one because I actually do have to go. I only have an hour from now. I have to go do an interview. Cultural Guild Fair? I would say so. Yeah, that's looking good. That's definitely looking good. Let's see. Where should we AFK for this one? I feel like we've done. I did EOD. Should we go to Soto? Maybe we go to Soto. Let's go to the Wizard's Tower. Welcome from Great Nub. Welcome back, Snub. Interview? Yeah, we're interviewing applicants for the guild, for our guild. No TV2 cast? Oh wait, is it 2v2 AT today? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not available, unfortunately, for this one. AFK and Lowland Shore. I guess we haven't done Lowland Shore, actually. We could go to Jan Theatre AFK there. There you go, rated. It's a pretty based application. But look, I'm going to be completely honest, guys. PvP is not super exciting to me right now because it's very much a one-horse race a lot of the time. To be fair, 2v2 and 3v3 are not bad because the Frenchies tend to do pretty well in those. But PvP is just not very exciting because there's one team on both servers. Like, you have Team USA on an A and 55 on EU. There's no competition whatsoever outside of that. And also, full transparency here, guys. I feel a little bit weird commenting players and teams that have people who are degens on them, and honestly, I don't really want anything to do with them. You know what I mean? Yeah. There are just some people in the scene right now that I don't know, I'm not interested in associating with. Like, even like indirectly, and that's just weird. It gives me like a bit of a weird feeling, to be honest. Like, casting PvP right now, it's just, you know, it gives me the ick, you know? So I don't feel very engaged with PvP currently in Guild Wars 2. I really think I want to see people. I want to see ArenaNet improve moderation in PvP. They need to deal with the AFKers, and they just need to get like this shit out of the game. I know that's kind of like a boring. I don't know. Maybe I'm woke, okay, or whatever. But I know. I just. I don't know. It's a huge turnoff for me. I'm gonna be honest, guys. It's just not. Yeah, I don't know. It's just that. I'm just not. It's just really turned me off from the game. To be honest, is that there's just this underbelly in the scene that's just really unpleasant. I don't like being around that. I don't like it. I don't want to be around that. I don't want to have anything to do with that kind of thing. You know what I mean? I don't want to share a game with like degens. Yeah, that's a big part of it, Eggs. I just like I'm in a phase of my life where I really don't want to be around that type of negativity, that kind of energy. So I'm just, it's dulled my motivation a lot to be involved with PvP. Is that I just don't really want that in my life, you know? I'd rather just stay away. Especially seeing as I am finding other much healthier and more positive ways to kind of scratch that itch with the competition, right? I'm really excited to get involved in the competitive scene in World of Warcraft right now. And look, I'm not going to pretend that scene's perfect. Obviously, it's not. Like no scene is perfect, but I really like the energy that's there. It's very wholesome, like very positive, and honestly, I'd rather go do that, you know? And just like cut the crap. I just want to cut the crap. I'll just go do somewhere else. Predictions thing. I feel like I kind of want to do it either tomorrow, Sneb, or Monday. I don't think I have time to do it today, unfortunately. But I can definitely do it tomorrow if people are around. And I can definitely do it on Monday. We could do it on Monday, like after the last spec reveal, maybe. And we can do like full predictions the day before. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm actually a little bit time limited today. Dude, unless I do the interview for the guild on stream. But no, that's obviously inappropriate. We're not doing that. That's a bit of unnecessary pressure. Nap is cure me. Oh, dude, I'm looking forward to sleeping tonight. Goddamn. I'm mega excited to sleep. They need to have to work. I mean, they do need the pressure, yeah. Is there a technical interview to join the guild? When we're interviewing people, it's not like a full job interview. We're mostly looking to get, because obviously like a WoW guild and, you know, an MMO guild, it's a social thing. When we interview people, we're kind of looking for the social fit. Right? Like, are they going to, do we think this is something we can get along with? Have we got a similar attitude? We're not saying, I'm going to need you to go and do your DPS rotation. We're all going to watch you with our little clipboard, right? And see if you're pressing your buttons right. Like, obviously, we do look at logs, and we look at performance, and we are looking for people who are going to perform well and are good at the game, good at pressing their buttons, and have good class mechanics. But the interview step, it's mostly, one, filtering out low-effort applicants, and two, we're looking to get kind of like a social feel. And more importantly, if someone kind of has okay logs, but maybe not the best logs, but like good logs, if we feel that they're a really good social fit and we really like their attitude and we feel that there's a lot of potential for growth there, that can also help us like find really good candidates that don't necessarily have the best logs, right? Because logs are one thing, but attitude, mindset, and sociability are also really important. That's a separate thing. Love your Zero to Hero. Hey, glad you enjoy. SKG. Boom. Yeah, awesomeness. I asked all of your questions. I think there were some pretty good responses there, by the way. So I'm sure you'll be interested to hear what was there. Yeah, so I think you'll be pretty interested to hear the responses. I think he gave good responses to the points you brought up. It's time. Have we dropped it yet? Have they posted it? Oh. Wait, hold on. What is this? Bow. Okay. That's very interesting. Well, there's no weapons, guys. There's no weapons. So what can this be? What has access to bows? It could be Guardian, obviously. No, this can't be Ellie. I don't think this can be Ellie. Because we're not getting weapons, guys. We are not getting weapons. We are not getting weapons, guys. It can be Guardian, Warrior, obviously, Ranger, Revenant, and NG, I guess, technically. But it doesn't look like an NG thing there, right? Oh, Thief too, yeah. Thief too. Doesn't look very thiefy, though, does it? It's not very thiefy. Yeah, that's... Having a weapon in play here is really interesting. Like, the dagger for maybe Ritualist is a little bit different because it's almost like an indication of, like, sacrifice. But having a weapon here is very unusual to depict an elite specialization. Wow, interesting. Dude, honestly, what if it is Ellie? And it's somehow their way of giving elementalists bow? That's an interesting... No, seriously. That's actually an interesting theory, because Ellie mains have wanted bow forever, right? What if they actually do somehow enable bow for elementalist? Or like some kind of ranged bow style. Because that is what the Ellie mains have wanted. Yeah. That's a very interesting theory, yeah. Exactly, as an elite spec mechanic, not as the weapon. Yeah, not the weapon. Because there, guys, to clarify here, there are no weapons. It's elite specs without weapons. That's already been confirmed in the blog post, right, from ArenaNet. So this is something to do with the class mechanic or the theme in some way. 0% chance it's Ellie. Well, I will admit, it is a bit cope to say it's Ellie, but interesting for sure. Interesting to think about. Yeah, it could be like a gunblade thing where you can somehow switch into a mode to use this, and like maybe it changes based on what element you have in some weird way. I will admit that is a little bit cope. There's a bit of copium flowing. Spectees, take a look at this, Lara. This is what we've got. Wings is Paragon. I'm not entirely sure we've even seen the Paragon one yet, because Paragons don't really wear face coverings, right? It's possible that Paragon hasn't been revealed yet, and the first one is Guardian. Change weapon skills only? Nah, it'll change profession mechanics. Oh yeah, do we have the poems, guys? Do we have like all of the... Oh. Lara called me. Yo.
Hello.
Yo!
I am so excited about this one because I want the last one to be Ellie, and now I'm thinking this might be Ranger, so then that might be Ellie, so then I will be happy.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh, so you wanted the previous one to this one to be Elementalist?
Yes.
Yeah. The fire spirit, weeb spirit.
Exactly. I want to be a fire spirit, like a different spirit depending on your tomb, and that would be so cool, like a shroud and Ellie or something.
Yeah.
That would be so cool.
This is very interesting though. To see a weapon incorporated in the design for the icon, I think actually is pretty interesting. Because I wouldn't have expected. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that, right? But to essentially have an association with a weapon, with an elite specialization, because of course that would make sense with elite specs having weapons, but we know that they don't, right?
Yeah,
so,
it was the same with like the dagger icon, right? Like that's also kind of a mysterious one. Like it doesn't really make sense for it to be like a profession that's getting a dagger, but I've seen a lot of people that think it's like ritualist, right? Because Necro already has dagger, and it's sort of like a ritualistic dagger. They could also do stuff like on Bladesworn, right? Sort of these bundle weapons.
Exactly.
Mechanics that basically are like a weapon you equip a little bit.
Yeah, that one, I think the Ritualist Dagger one makes sense because it's not just a weapon, it's also kind of like a symbol of ritual, right? And doing stuff.
Exactly.
So that's a little bit harder to extrapolate from a bow, right? Like what is that a symbol of? You know, it's not quite the same scenario, I think. But yeah, pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
like a sacrificial dagger kind of.
Yes.
I could imagine like a ritualist having like some sacrifice shroud or something, and then you transform and you get some creepy dagger and you get to sacrifice the enemy spirits or something. I don't know.
Yes.
Something cool like that.
You sacrifice your allies. You team kill.
Exactly.
And then you resummon them as minions. You resummon them as spirits. That's how it works.
Oh, this is wild though, because part of me was thinking like maybe the final two icons are just straight up the Guilders 1 Ritualist and Paragon icons, right? That's what I was thinking for a bit. But that doesn't really seem to be happening.
Nah.
Do you think this could be Paragon? This icon?
It doesn't. It wouldn't. It would be weird. I feel like if it was that.
Yeah.
I almost feel like we haven't seen Paragon yet, because I don't.
think so too.
The helmet one doesn't quite fit for me. It looks a bit more like Guardian, with the way that was like the original one that we saw. So we might not have even seen the Warrior Elite specialization, because it's like pretty obvious it's going to be Warrior having this Paragon thing. And
Yeah.
it is also worth noting that, of course, it's not actually going to be called Paragon or Ritualist, because there's already achievements in the game that are like that, unless they rename those. They actually kind of did this with Sandstorm Shroud, right?
Do that. I think they could just straight up call it
I
Paragon.
mean, they could do that, because they renamed Harbinger Shroud to Sandstorm Shroud.
Yeah.
So it's not actually inconceivable that they could do that too. So that's kind of interesting.
No, but I agree that the helmet is so interesting because, like, I can see both arguments, right? I could see it being like, oh yeah, well, it's got wings on it, right? It looks a lot like the existing warrior base icon. But at the same time, like you said, like, Paragons didn't really wear super heavy helmets in Guild Wars 1. And even the art we got for the Paragon doesn't have any helmet.
There's no
right?
helmet. Yeah, that's very notable. That it would be confirmed if that character was wearing a helmet, but they weren't wearing a helmet at all.
Yeah,
I think.
exactly. The fact that it's like an icon that's a helmet, and it's like so focused on the helmet, and then the art doesn't have any helmet at all, makes me feel like it's Guardian.
Yeah.
But it could still be Warrior, right? It's just I feel like it's not super likely.
Yeah, and this also doesn't feel like the Warrior either, because it's an arrow, not a spear. If it was a spear, I could go, okay, this could be the Paragon, right? But it's an arrow. It's like an arrow that's got wings attached to it in the shape of a bow,
And
rather
also
than a spear.
The art, right? The Paragon art is wielding a spear. in the
Exactly, yeah,
picture.
not a bow or anything. So I don't think this is going to be the Warrior one. What do you think this one is? This one is really interesting, with what
Well,
it could be.
my first thought is like arrow. It's got to be ranger.
Yeah.
Right? And I guess I could kind of see that. We've had a lot of like ranger specs. Like Druid's is all about the nature magic, right? We've got the one that's all about the I guess like the beast mastery too, kind of, right? One where you kind of become the beast. I guess I could see a ranger spec that's all about the marksmanship, right?
Yeah.
It would be cool if it is Ellie though. Like I could see the previous one, the Kitsune one. I could see that being Ellie, and then this is Ranger. But I could also see it being switched. I could see like the Kitsune being the Ranger one, and then this is like Ellie, and it's all about elemental weapons or something. Like the return of Icebow being really good.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
the other ones
look,
were
you
like
know,
that.
the Ellie players, they have been begging for bows.
Yeah.
Right? It would be really interesting. I think it is a fairly wild theory, but if this was basically their implementation of adding bow to Ellie, that would be pretty interesting, right? If they went that direction. Because the Ellie mains, they want it. They want to be a longbow wizard. So,
Yeah,
who knows?
honestly, I'm so happy about this because, like, yesterday I was thinking, like, oh, I really want the spirit one, right? The Kitsune one. I really want that to be Ellie. And I don't want it to be Ranger, right? But now I'm thinking, well, if it is Ranger, the one from yesterday, then this is probably Ellie, right? And I'm down for that too. Oh my gosh. Just in general, we haven't talked about this at all, people, but I'm really excited about these spec icons. I think there's just really strong theming going on here, right? Like the icons themselves. Well, not all of them. There's a couple where I'm a bit confused, but most of them evoke like really strong, interesting themes that the community has wanted for a long time.
yeah, for sure. No, I think they're really going for it, right? You know, I've jokingly referred to these elite specs as like break in case of emergency. I think they're absolutely doing that. Like, this is like, okay, we need to hype up this next expansion. We've got to rebuild some energy after having a bit of a bumpy setup, right? For with Janthir and Soto a little bit in some areas. So they're really going hard. I think the fact that we're doing Guild Wars 1 stuff is, yeah, that's pretty indicative of that. Like, they want to generate some pretty big energy with this and get people really engaged and
It
excited.
feels like fan service.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
exactly.
Like,
Yeah, it's very,
we
it's
got-
yeah,
we
it's
got
very
to
fan
the
servicing.
Bard.
Exactly.
we
Yeah,
got to the
yeah. But yeah,
Paragon, the Ritualist.
yeah. Like they know,
Then we
they
got
are
we got
giving the people
fairy
what they
spec,
want.
and then we got,
Yeah.
we got the fairy spec, and then we got the Ellie with the bow. Again, I'm not sure. I feel like it's. I feel like those are like a pair. Like either Ellie is the Kitsune and this is Ranger, or it's exactly the other way around, and this is Ellie and then the Kitsune is Ranger instead. I'd be excited for both as like an Ellie main, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's going to be a lot of really interesting things, and I'm definitely very interested to see, because these, of course, slightly to derail a bit, these are basically the first elite specs that CMC and Trig are in charge of, basically.
Right,
So I think they
yeah.
could end up looking pretty different design-wise to some of the ones that are already existing in the game, which will be very interesting, because I think they did a very good job with spears. But of course, like a weapon is much more restrictive than an entire elite specialization. So they'll have had a lot of potential to cook up some pretty interesting stuff here, I think, which is pretty cool.
Yesterday I put in my stream side, I wrote like the hype is kind of back. I found that like so many people I know that have kind of disengaged with the game a little bit are like looking at these teasers and are thinking like, oh, maybe it's time to come back and check this out. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very excited.
Yeah. I think elite
I'm
specs are really big because they change the game. You know, I think a problem that Guild Wars 2 has had with the new model is that the game doesn't change that much. It felt a little stale, I think, because you know there's not enough to really move the needle in terms of changing the gameplay. I think that's what elite specs can really actually alleviate there. I do still think that ArenaNet really need to deliver on content, because if I had to say a potential problem with Soto and Janthe was that the content didn't always land. I think particularly at the store in the open world, like that's what they really need to nail. But elite specs are going to help that, right? Like they're gonna really augment and enhance any new content that ArenaNet add, because you're also going to have this new lens, this new very different mechanical experience to kind of experience that content through, which is going to help it, as opposed to playing the same old builds that people have been playing for a long time, right? But you've got an extra weapon instead. So yeah, no, I think elite specializations are very high impact actually. For kind of helping this expansion land and be entertaining.
I'm gonna send you a picture of what I currently think.
Okay.
I think it's probably pretty similar to what you have been thinking.
Okay, here we go.
Like I've sort of matched them up.
I'm
right?
showing it.
The way
I'm leaking it. Okay, see, we think it's Weeaboo Elementalist. Yeah, I can definitely get that. Bard
Again, those
Mesmer.
two might be swapped though. Those two might be swapped.
Yeah.
Ellie and Ranger might be swapped.
I feel like there are a couple that are pretty locked in now, right? I feel like Bard is very locked in for Mesmer. The Dagger, I feel like is pretty locked in for Rit, for Necro.
Because it's becoming clear that there's not just going to be the ritualist icon.
Exactly.
Right? We would have seen those exact icons if they were going to reuse them from
I think these are, I actually really, I think I'd agree with, I feel like almost all of this, to be honest. Well, actually, maybe even all of this. Yeah, I think Rev having this kind of like weird jaw thing is looking pretty good now. NG being the little swirly, that makes a lot of sense to me. Kind of like an Eternal Alchemy, Quicksilver style engineer, card thief.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think we're kind of, I think I'd probably match your thoughts 1-to-1 on this. And then, yeah, like the real big question is like which one is Warrior, which one is Guardian. And I think I would be inclined to agree actually that the kind of like the winged helmet is maybe more Guardian-like, and the Paragon is what we actually haven't seen and we're going to see tomorrow. Yeah, and yeah, I would say like the big question is actually, yeah, Elementalist and Ranger. Like I could certainly envision a universe where these two are actually swapped, right? But yeah, like everything else here, I'd say is, yeah, pretty on it. I would agree with these predictions, I think. And yeah, of course, we have to see.
I could still see the helmet being Paragon, as in sort of like, oh, the warrior has sort of learned from the Paragons, right? Like a warrior Paragon hybrid a little bit. But the piece of art we got doesn't look like that, right? The piece of art just looks like Gilters von Paragon. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still so confused about the Rev icon, or well, I'm calling it the Rev icon now. But like, I looked at it, and like the one thing that I've heard people mention is like that maybe it's like a char claw with like flames coming out of it. And so I don't know, maybe you can like channel Bonvas burnt fur doing the searing or something. I don't know, but like just in general, that's one that I find so confusing. I
Yeah.
don't really know what
That
to
one's
do
really
now.
not
It's
giving a
just
lot
like-
away at all. That one, yeah, that one is like very, very interesting with the way that it looks. It's I think highly unpredictable what that one could end up being. But yeah, for sure.
sure.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's interesting stuff. Yeah, the bow one being ranger, I guess, would make the most sense though. I think it's really interesting you bring up like having one that isn't as pet focused though. That could be super interesting. Like imagine if it's actually a spec that you don't have a pet for on ranger. And that
Right.
entire mechanic is replaced by something else. Like for example, maybe instead of having a pet, you have the ability. You gain like a set of F1, F abilities that are dependent on your pet in some way. So you're almost like a bit like Mechanist in a way, where if you have different traits, it gives you different abilities and your F skills. That might be a little bit too close to Soul Beast though. Like that's kind of what Soul Beast is, right? Like you eat your pet and then you have that going on there. But like maybe they can add a bit more depth to that type of concept, and you kind of stray away a little bit. This is very edgy. People would like this, but maybe you're a lone wolf. You're a lone wolf elite specialization, no pet, and you have like extra powers and stuff like that. And you're just you just shoot people with your bow and enjoy, I guess.
Oh, the more I'm thinking about this though, the more I'm thinking that maybe Alien Ranger swaps after all. Right? Because that could also make sense. Like maybe the ranger actually gets to become the pet. You get to transform into an actual pet. And then like the Ellie gets to be sort of an archer Ellie. Like, oh, that would be the fan service move though, wouldn't it? Like that is the thing that has been requested for so long. Like the bow Ellie, the old school ice bow playstyle.
And that's what people like. They like, but people like bow Ellie. They want to be a bow wizard. People love this stuff.
Maybe that's the one actually. I'm so split on that one.
Yeah.
That is a curveball, honestly. I
It
think
is.
the rest is pretty locked in. But
This one has actually. There's just a couple that do make things more complicated and confusing, like and a little unpredictable. I think, for sure. Like it does make things complex. Well, we're going to find out very soon. They're gonna drop. They're dropping the bomb on Tuesday when they leak the entire expansion.
Do you think that they'll go into detail much? Like the expansion's still pretty far away, right? We're like 3 months off still.
I think it'll be a trailer, and
feel
they'll
like-
probably show off the specs, at least like thematically, right? They'll show video of them probably in like a
Yeah.
little trailer thing, and then they'll do what they usually do, right? It will be like, stay tuned next week. We're gonna, you're gonna, the post they do. It's gonna be, CMC is gonna give us a rundown of all of the elite specs, right? The ones that he did, right? And then I imagine, the other devs who were involved will kind of give us their fun rundown of what the elite spec does and a couple of clips and screenshots and stuff. So yeah, I think it will be very broad strokes on the Tuesday, and then we'll kind of have that filled out and refined over the next couple of months. Because I think you're absolutely right. They're not going to want to go too hard now. It's too early, right? Like we still have 4 months-ish, under 4 months now, but let's see what it actually says. Like, because we know from the Wizards Vault, it's still 108 days, right? So they don't want to go too big now because it's a little bit too
they
early
need
for
some
them.
stuff to like drip feeds, right? They need some stuff to keep us interested. But
Yeah.
they've got to like at least reveal them, I feel, considering they're doing this whole countdown, right? They're showing the icons and them being like 4 days.
Yeah.
Like they can't just be like, oh yeah, there will be specs and we'll reveal them later. There's no way, right? They've got to reveal them.
Yeah, it is true that the warrior icon and the if you look at, do you see on the image you sent? Look how similar the warrior icon is.
It's so similar.
But I look, the only thing that makes me think otherwise, that's kind of like pretty interesting to me, is that paragons don't wear helmets, right? In Guild Wars 1, right? That's the only thing. I initially thought it was Paragon 2. I was like, oh, it's being dropped. But paragons don't wear helmets, guys, in Guild Wars 1.
Yeah, it's like if you're gonna make a paragon icon, a helmet feels like a bit left fields, right?
Yeah.
Again, I could see it being like, oh, it's the warrior that has learned from the paragons, the warrior paragon hybrid. I can see that possibly, but I'm almost thinking more of like a Templar theme or something, you know?
Ooh, yeah. For Guardian, that would make a lot of sense because I think, Guardian obviously is Paladin adjacent the entire time. But you don't have like that full kind of holy warrior thing that a lot of kind of paladin style RPG archetypes have. So like leaning into that could be pretty interesting. For sure, yeah, they could definitely go that way. Yeah. Why isn't the winged arrow the paragon icon? I mean, I guess. Well, I mean that's not really the. I mean, it has wings.
So left feels
like the arrow is the weird thing, right? The arrow is weird because like paragons have spears, right? Like the arrow is odd. It obviously like the paragon icon in Guild Wars 1 is wings, but no, it's not the same thing.
And even in the new art for the paragon, there's a spear. There's not like a bow or something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel pretty confident thinking that is not paragon. But again, I could see it be Ellie just for the fan service because that's something people wanted for such a long time.
Yeah, it's definitely an unpredictable situation. But you know, look, Necro Ritualist, log in. It's fine. Nothing else is important. That's the only relevant thing.
Let's go.
Yeah, and Card Wizard Thief. Enjoy your cards. Card Wizard. Yes, Card Wizard. And why I like the Revenant one? I think is the most mysterious. Like, what is that even going to be? Like, what on earth is that thing? It's weird as hell. But I don't know. I think they probably cooked. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if these are pretty, because they don't have a weapon. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like some pretty heavy design on these, and they've gone like really crazy. They've made some like really out there stuff mechanically, and they've kind of gone hard to make sure that they're really interesting and completely change the game in a big way.
Yeah, I hope so. I do think that they set a good precedent with the spears, right? Because with the soda weapons and even the EOD weapons, I think a lot of people were like, oh, well, they feel a little bit lower budget, right? Like there's a little bit less unique animations going on compared to like the Heart of Thorns and POF specs and weapons. But then again, I think the spear, they, at least from like a visual perspective, and honestly also from a gameplay perspective, I think they did a fantastic job. So that does set my expectations pretty high, for sure, this time around.
Yeah.
If this was like right after Soda, I would have been like, oh yeah, that'll probably be cool, but they won't set the world on fire as much. But again, having just had the spears, I'm pretty hopeful for these.
Yeah, it's gonna be content. It's gonna be big stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have any other thoughts on this? I think that's kind of all I've got, honestly.
Do you have any thoughts on the expansion in general? Any last seconds left field predictions? Because I have one.
Oh, really?
I have one. Yeah.
Okay. What is it? What is
like,
it?
I will either embarrass myself or be like the ultimate prediction queen.
Uh-huh.
I think they're gonna bring back dungeons.
I think that's insane copium. That is giga cope. That is turbo cope.
Like, oh my gosh, can you imagine that there's just like free dungeons or something in this story, right?
That'd be cool. I mean,
like dungeons in this story, like, because here's the thing. Okay, I was thinking like, hey, if we're like trying to make a hype feature set, what are the features people would lose their minds over? Well, number one was elite specs, and that seems to be happening. So who knows? Maybe the Dungeons 2.0. I guess that's fractals. But you know, like the return of some replayable story format. You know, kind of like iterating on that DRM concept. Obviously, there were a lot of issues with the whole DRM concept, but I think that still, like, having some kind of like dungeon style experience as part of the story that you can then repeat with a party to get some skins. It doesn't have to like replace fractals, right? It doesn't have to be the new big gold farm, but just like a replayable dungeon style experience as part of the story, I think makes a lot of sense. And I think it would hype people up. Just the word dungeons, I think, would hype people up.
I can imagine that being part of the first update, right? Because the first update, they're saying, is like very focused on systems. I think it's quite likely that first update is going to contain the reworks to raids and strikes that they're talking about with the reward structures.
Yeah.
I can see them also packaging in dungeons there because 100%, like, or at least doing something with dungeons, because there are a lot of these kind of like weird systems. And I do think like the story being replayable would actually be really good value for money for ArenaNet. You can see that they tried to do this a little bit right with the, what is it, Tales of Adventure, right? With the things that you can farm and you need for legendaries. They kind of want to nudge you in that direction. However, I think one issue that is very notable, this is true of DRMs and the story, is that I think they'd really have to fix the instancing issues. Like the story instance system is very weird compared to dungeon and fractal instancing and strike mission instancing too. So if they want to deal with that, I think they'd have to change quite a lot with how it works to properly unify all of those systems and put them into one thing. I will say, I think there's a little bit of copium in that hope there, but I will be cool. Maybe
Sure.
that's a bit
I mean,
like,
it's a
yeah.
left field prediction, okay? I don't think it's extremely
Yeah.
likely, okay? It's just my gut feeling, and I guess a little bit of wishful thinking, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's just like I still this is a hot take, I guess, but I think that the
Yeah.
concept of like having story not just be a one-time thing, but having it be a more replayable experience, kind of what DRMs try to do. I think that concept has like so much like potential in it. And clearly there were a bunch of issues with DRMs, right? With like
DRMs.
they got really repetitive, the pre-events were kind of boring. We had like 10 in
Best
a row, they
content
were
ever added.
buggy. We got them instead of regular releases, right? But I want to see them iterate on that because like they spend so much time making these story instances that people will play once, maybe twice for achievements. And like I feel like this could be more, they could get more bang for their buck trying to make this a more replayable experience.
Yeah.
I
think that's really
I think
important.
having a story with some sort of dungeon style instances in there that are replayable, I think makes a lot of sense.
That is very important. I think that a key weakness of Soto and Jantho Wilds is they both launched with not a lot to do, really, in terms of like progression, like long-term goals on launch. That stuff was typically added later on, like the legendary armor and of course the legendary weapons were added post-launch, right, in both expansions. And this is especially important because there's not going to be a new map or story until the second quarterly update, so basically 6 months after launch. So I think it's really important that they do have some pretty big chase goals on launch. So having that replayability in the open world and the story, I think, would be a really good idea. Overall, I think that's one of the really key things they need to iterate on and improve on is that replayability. I think that Jantho Wilds in particular struggled quite a lot with this because a lot of the replayability stuff was added post-launch, which is a little bit unusual for an MMO expansion. So I think it is important that they tackle that issue and making the story more replayable in addition to the open world and adding some kind of big things to go after, like a legendary weapon, for example, I think would be a pretty big deal to go in that direction.
Because Soto had the 2 strikes on launch day, right?
Yeah.
But for
Jantho didn't,
Jantho we only got instance content with that first patch. There were no
Exactly.
There's really no instance content on day 1.
Yeah.
That is in general. Also, you mentioned a legendary. I feel like there's got to be a legendary on day 1.
Yeah,
like that
no,
was one of our. Even with Jantho Wilds, that was like I think one of the big criticisms.
It was a
that we
key
had
criticism
for it, right?
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
A key
And-
like point for improvement for sure is like having something
And the
big
fact
to
that
go
there's
after on
no-
launch. Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that there's the next content patch, right? QL is going to be awesome, but the next content patch is 6 months after.
Exactly.
Right? I don't like they've got to have something for us to do in those 6 months, right? Clearly, I feel.
Yeah.
I feel like this is something that will be very important in this expansion success is having some big grindy goal to go for from day 1.
Yeah. No, 100%. I think that that's probably a key point of feedback they've got from a lot of different types of players, and certainly I imagine that's that's going to show up on their like retention information as well. Is that there maybe wasn't quite enough to do there, and they weren't quite able to push that out in the first update, and that is probably what a lot of their kind of reshuffling and reorganization of resources is aimed at doing. Is kind of like addressing these key pain points, like giving players like stuff to do, because I think this was another weird like quirk of how these releases work. Because you could like pre-grind all the currencies and like do all of the achievements you need to do like before the legendary spear came out, I think that felt kind of weird to people, is that you could like have everything prepped almost and then just like instantly make it, right? That is
Yeah,
odd.
it didn't feel satisfying, right?
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like we did all the work, and then when it came out, I was like, "Oh, I got it now."
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
Like, it doesn't, yeah.
That's an unusual experience. So and also like it kind of almost, if you know what's happening before it exists, you don't have that kind of discovery. Like when I think about some like really exciting things in Guild Wars 2, I think I like the Griffin, right?
Yes.
Because this was like this kind of crazy thing that they just dropped on Path of Fire launch, right? It's just there. It's like, oh yeah, go do it, go find it. And I think that type of thing is what makes MMO expansion launches really exciting. So having something that kind of is going in that direction with with the next Guild Wars 2 expansion, I think will be a really big deal, and would really help it on launch there as well. So yeah, I definitely want to see some stuff like that to really juice it up.
Right, so we want the lead specs to be good.
Yep.
We want a big grindy thing to do on day one.
And the metas. I want Dragon's End 2.
We want metas.
I want
something
it needs
that's
to be harder than
replayable
Dragon's End. It needs to be
also
harder
there
than Dragon's
from day
End.
one,
Way harder
right?
than
We
Dragon's
want
End.
something replayable. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah,
10
we
times
want
harder than
something
Dragon's End.
replayable as well. Do you have a left field prediction?
Well, I'm not sure if this is left field exactly, but the vibe that I'm getting is that this expansion, I think this would be really fun actually if they did this, is we might be getting almost like a greatest hits expansion. So what I mean by that is that maybe one of the maps is in Ilona, maybe one of the maps is in Cantha, and it's kind of like the story is kind of a bit of a globetrot, right? And we're going to be going to very different areas throughout the course of the story, right? As opposed to being in one area. And I almost feel like Janthir Wilds, to an extent, has kind of got me thinking about that. Because if we actually look at the map layout, right? Lowland Shore is not near Janthir Sintry. And Janthir Sintry is not that near to Bavanisos, right? Really, and that kind of like area.
Style's pretty different too.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, they are quite different stylistically in kind of the environments that they're in there. So that would be my kind of out there prediction, I guess, is that we might have a pretty decentralized approach. So they might they might kind of go, oh, you know that thing that we kind of wanted to talk about in Ilona, but it didn't fit into POF? Let's go do that. And then, oh, you know that thing? What about Drowned Kaineng? Everyone was hyped about that. What if we go there? And we have this, this approach where we're kind of a little bit of here, a little bit of there. We're mixing it up a little bit. Because my initial thought, and this got immediately scrapped by the ending of Janthir Wilds, was that the ending for Janthir was going to be, ooh, this Mistgate, that's kind of a problem, huh? But we can't close it. You guys are going to have to go in, right? And then boom, next expansion, boom, there it is, right? Mist-themed expansion, right?
Oh my gosh.
But of course, that's not the case. So that's my theory, is that we're actually going to different places. And because of course it's going to be probably 2 maps on launch. Unless they've stretched to 3, which would be really exciting if they were able to do that. Actually, I think that would also be important, because I do think it's important, especially with that 6-month potential gap between new map content, that we have a really heavy, meaty launch. I think that's super important. So 2 or 3 maps on launch, and then it's going to be 2 more after that, right? Like one in the second quarterly update with the story patch, and then another in the final update of the expansion. So that gives them 4 total maps, maybe 5 if they've managed to squeeze a 3rd one in, even if it's a little bit smaller. There's a lot of potential there to kind of clean up some of the old favorites for a start, right? Again, kind of leaning into that fan service, Guild Wars 1, go back to Cantha, go back to Ilona thing, but also just
with Ritualist and Paragon both being here.
Yeah. Because imagine, for me, I would love if there was something to do with ore in the expansion. I really like that area visually and thematically. Imagine if we had map in ore, map somewhere in Ilona, and one in Cantha on launch. That would be insane drop, right? That'd be so crazy. If they drop that, right? And then of course the follow-ups could then go and investigate somewhere else entirely, right? And it's just kind of this like really crazy adventure that we're going on, going through the greatest hits, right? Like across the board. It'd be super exciting if they went that direction. To be clear, guys, they haven't said anything about this. We're purely speculating here. But that's my out of left field prediction on this. Oh yeah, Dominion of Winds.
We're going to. I'm not. I wish there would be 3 maps at launch. I gotta say that I don't think that that's.
I will admit that's my copium there. That's my copium. But there's a reason for that copium though. This is weird to say, but I do think a weakness in Soto and Janthir Wilds has been the open world content. Right?
Yeah,
if I actually think about in Soto and Janthir Wilds, I feel like the Raiders were pretty happy with this. Like you had strike CMs in Soto, and of course raids with raid CMs in Janthir Wilds. Like that, okay. When I think about the players who were perhaps a little underserved by this new model, it's actually the story and open world players, right? Is who I feel are maybe not quite getting enough content for what they're looking for and what they're kind of used to experiencing. So I think this is like a really key thing. I want to see them deliver really good, high quantity and high quality Guild Wars 2 map experiences. And to me, that is all about, you have that incredible exploration like Lowland Shore, but you pair that with these solid combat experiences, right? And I actually think the fact that we've got elite specs is kind of cool because that means there's going to be hero points. And those I think are actually kind of cool. Look, there's a reason why people talk about the frog, right? In Verdant Brink, like the frog hero point, the mushroom queen in Tangled Depths. Those are little like combat experiences that are kind of cool. And then we can combine that with some good meta events and boom. Because I think, meta events have had a bad rep, I think particularly in Soto, because that was the whole map. The only thing on the map was the meta event. But I think people forget that that's not how it's, that's not how it has to be. Right? If we look at Heart of Thorns, we've got Verdant Brink, Auric Basin, Tangled Depths. These maps have loads to do and explore on them, but they also have these really solid meta events and combat experiences at the same time, right? And I think that's a high standard and a lot to ask from ArenaNet. I obviously understand that and I respect that. But that is, I think, to me, what Guild Wars 2 open world is. You have that exploration, you have the platforming, the jumping puzzles, the vistas, the little mini events you can do, hero challenges, but you also have that really robust replayability that End of Dragons and Heart of Thorns, I feel like, delivered really well. With both of those at the same time. So that is what I really want to see from Janthea Wilds, from X-Pack 6 in October.
Hell yeah. Oh, honestly, like that to me, that's I just can't wait for Tuesday. I just gotta know. I gotta know, like, what's the setting gonna be? What are the features gonna be? What are the elite specs? Like, I just gotta know. I also predictions while we're at this.
Okay.
I predict we get another homestead.
But they've already.
I think that's on.
They've already said that.
I think it's almost a given.
No?
Well, they didn't say like directly like they're adding another homestead. They said they're gonna keep supporting the system, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're
It's
gonna.
got to be another homestead.
If they
right?
don't add another one, they're trolling. Like that's actually a meme. That's
the
crazy.
Fact that they haven't put one on the gem store must mean it will be an expansion thing, right? Expansion homestead.
Yeah, no. If they don't add another homestead, that's just. I don't know. What are we doing? Like that's memeing, in my opinion. Yeah, for sure. Like they 100% should. I think
also,
just restricting it to Janthea would be a huge mistake.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I think we'll get another mount rework because that's kind of a theme, right? So the Sky Skill rework, kind of. We had the Warclaw rework in Gen 4 Vault. I don't know, maybe we can see a Jackal rework or a Bunny rework or something like that.
Yeah,
like,
that would be fun. I think it's tempting to say the Beetle, but the Beetle doesn't really need a rework. It's actually very well formed as it is, right? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, like, it's useful.
Unless they wanted to change the accessibility method for it and make it easier without having to go through. Although that one's pretty easy to get, realistically. That one is not. Yeah, but it's not like the Sky Scale, right?
That it's in some random episode, though.
Yeah,
right?
corner.
It's
corner.
in like season 4. Yeah.
Ah, yes. Oh. Enjoy that.
I'm still sad about Gandara. Still sad about that.
It's so funny. All the new Guild Wars 2 players, they have no idea how brutal that update was.
Honestly, that update had some fun stuff in it though. The Beetle was pretty sick. And like the cutscene, like the Joko cutscene, that was a sick. But yeah, the open world map was rough. Okay. It
was tough. Yeah. Look, if Lara says something's rough, that's not a good sign, guys. Okay, let me put it like that. That's.
The Beetle was really cool. The Beetle was really sick, and the cutscene was cool. I love the story in that patch. Just didn't like open worlds very much.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, I have another thing we need to talk about in this new tea time format.
Okay.
Like, we haven't had any tea times. We haven't talked about this at all.
That is true.
We'll get to talk about all
yeah, look, I'll get on that. We have to reactivate.
Do you think they'll do another raid style experience, or do you think they'll do strike style experiences? Because again, we know that they're wanting to sort of merge the systems. We don't really know exactly what that means yet. Like how, like, are they just gonna merge the currencies and that's it? Or are they actually gonna like sort of like try to unify them formats wise? We don't know about that stuff at all. But you know, like, are they gonna be doing content like that and then rework it 3 months later? Like, I know that's gonna all fit together.
Yeah, it's interesting. If I had to guess, I'd say we're going in a strike direction. Because, again, obviously, this is speculation Aaron, when it comes to development, but I would imagine that building that entire instance and, you know, hooking up all the different events, making the boss spawn differently, all that kind of stuff, and just like the environment detailing that went into that, and to put it in a private instance, I imagine a lot of that is probably going to go into the open world. Instead in the expansion, or I think I'd kind of hope so, to be honest. So I feel like a strike feels more likely, especially seeing as those systems are being unified, because there's obviously a lot of buzz around the word raid, but I think it's pretty clear that ArenaNet have essentially decided that, look, why are we even calling these things why are we calling these things different things anyway? Doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think it will probably be like more in a strike format, so maybe 2 instances. But I don't think it's out of the question if they do, let's say they do 2 bosses, right? If they do like a 2-boss instance, that's definitely possible. Or they could do 2 separate ones. Because again, like if it's like the globe-trotting idea, it would make sense to have like a boss instance in each of the zones on launch with the 2 maps, right? For example, like 1 boss per instance, potentially, or 1 boss per like zone, as it were. But it's not impossible. And it just depends if it's going to be on launch as well. Yeah, exactly right. Like as you say, right? It's like, are they going to drop that on launch? I think it would be good if they did. I do think the Jantho was lacked that replayability on launch. Adding 2 strike missions, I think, would really alleviate that problem, potentially, for sure. So I think I'd lean in that direction as opposed to the raid, because I think the raid didn't honestly. I don't think it went badly, like for ArenaNet whatsoever. I think there are some tuning problems with it. I think very notably, I feel like the normal actually has like a lot of health, honestly, for the average Guild Wars 2 player.
Yeah,
especially Greer. Greer is pretty gnarly.
I feel like if they were to reduce the health on Greer normal mode, the play rate of Wing 8 normal mode would go up so much.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
I don't understand why.
Yeah.
And then they added the timer.
Yeah.
Right? Like they added
Oh
the challenge
no.
mode, and then they added the timer to normal mode. There's all these people I know, like, you know, some people they'll listen to me talk about this and they'll be like, "Oh, Lar, it's just a skill issue." I
mean,
can
kind
kill
of,
Greer normal mode,
but like,
okay?
but
It's like it's wanting to sort of like, you know, get people involved in this Guild Wars 2 endgame scene, right? Like it's I feel like Wing 8 was this moment to get a lot of people like interested. A lot of people haven't traditionally done raiding and strikes too much. But then they just made Greer have so much health, and then they added a timer. I don't understand. I love Wing 8, but that is the one thing where I'm like, oh my gosh, this really hurts it, I think.
Yeah,
From a play rate perspective.
I actually really think that they have more of an opportunity than Wing 8, actually, by fixing the reward structure and like lockout system. I think a huge problem for Guild Wars 2 raiding has always been the weekly lockout. It's just, I don't think it really works. It kind of worked okay at the start of the game because obviously there was a lot more people raiding, like when in HOT, right, when raids actually launched. But now the population's not quite as high as it used to be. I think you have a really big fall off like on after Monday, right? Like people like log in and do their Monday clear, and then I think the LFG is a lot quieter after that. Like changing it to be more like Icebrood Saga Strikes, I think is actually a huge opportunity to actually fix kind of the accessibility, and also if they look at rewards and make them in general significantly more rewarding, I think that's also going to help as well a lot. Like right now, I feel like a big issue, especially with Wing 8, to be honest, is that for a lot of players who maybe aren't into this kind of stuff, the juice is just not worth the squeeze after clearing it for the first time, right? In terms of like going back in there and like re-clearing it. People want to get in there, do their achievements and so on, and that's all well and good. There's nothing wrong with that, obviously. But I think you do want to kind of create an environment where players feel like, oh man, you know, I want to get in there and like farm. I want to get my gold, get some like drops and stuff, and farm out this currency. And I think right now the rewards are pretty weak, especially considering like how rewarding like open world is, and you know, so like fractals, right, is like still super rewarding. It's like a much more attractive proposition, I feel like, compared to getting into raiding, because like raiding, especially Wing 8, like Wing 8. It's if you pug that, it's a bit of an ordeal sometimes, and like let alone CM. So I think it's really important that there is a lot of value to repeatedly engaging in that content, because at the end of the day, right, like this is an MMO. the number going up is important. Like you do need the number to go up.
For sure.
Because that's just the way it is. It's just the reality of these games, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and in general, I'm so curious what exactly they're gonna do, because they also mentioned in their blog post, they mentioned like sort of new player onboarding in that type of content as well. There was this one sentence in the blog post, people, where they talked about like QOL stuff, but like I feel like you can interpret the sentence in 2 different ways. Like you can either sort of interpret. They mentioned like UI stuff and player onboarding. You can interpret that as to all be talking about the raid/strikes, or you can interpret it as just like general QOL. So I'm so curious what exactly.
If they touch the LFG, they'll touch all of it, right? Not just one part of it. And I think they definitely should, right? If they can. I think something that would actually be really cool, and again, this might be slightly raising hopes too high. But I'd actually love to see a group finder for the easier strike missions on normal mode.
Me too.
And also for low tier fractals. For example, honestly, in the current state of the game, I really do not foresee it being a problem for a group finder, like an auto group button to exist for tier 1 fractals at the very least. I think realistically, like tier 2 is honestly fine as well. They could probably get away with that. Tier 3 and 4, okay. It's probably getting a little bit much for auto group finder, because the one thing that you've actually, okay, this is very important, guys. Like, I don't know if any of you lot have ever done public fractals, public strike missions, but when you have an auto group finder and you reduce the level of friction it takes to actually basically join a group, the skill level drops dramatically, right? Because you got to think about it this way, right? The current system actually filters out a huge amount of players who are kind of on like the very casual end of the spectrum and don't really engage that type of content. A lot of people go, I'm just not going to bother, right? Who are like not really into that sort of thing. If you add a 1-button solution, all of a sudden that is going to remove that filter. So you have to be really careful with like what you basically let people queue for, or it can cause like a lot of frustration.
That is also the whole point, right? The whole point of having a finder like that is to like get people who would traditionally be intimidated by looking at an LFG, get people like that to engage and have some fun with it. I think that is generally really effective. Like I've been playing a lot of FF14, right? FF14 has a duty finder, and it's really casual in that game. Like the normal mode raids, basically. Like you just press, I want to do it, and you're doing it.
Exactly like WoW, right? Like WoW is exactly like this too.
Yeah.
Like you just go press button, Q, and then boom, you're in the dungeon or the raid. And that's a really good experience for you know, a huge amount of the player base, right? Like I imagine this is very much true in Final Fantasy, but of course in World of Warcraft, the most popular modes are LFR and normal, right? That's just the way it is. Like that's how most people are going to interact and interface with the game. And I think that's funnily enough, that's always been a criticism of Guild Wars 2, right? Is that like, especially on launch, I'm sure you recall, you know, Spirit Veil when that dropped. That was brutal. That was way too hard for like the average player in the game. That was not easy, right? To get through Wing 1 or when that dropped. Okay, look, you guys think you got it good now, like perma every boon in the game? Listen, we didn't even have protection back then. Okay, let alone like proper healers. It wasn't a thing. It was not easy to get through that stuff. And like, dude, you were lucky to get 20k DPS, let alone 30 or 40 or 50 to get through this stuff. So yeah, this has always been a problem that Guild Wars 2 has had, but like in the current state of the game, I think that it's very possible. And actually, I really have to respond this real quick. Strike publics were DOA. They were, but that's because the system was kind of weird. If someone left, you couldn't replace them because the instance locked after you started it. You couldn't even leave them properly. There's no button to like leave the instance after the strike is done. It's just weird. Like that entire system is just cooked to us. It's the same as the public DRMs. It's just weird. With the way that those work. That system could have been really good if they had, if they'd continued to iterate that and fix the issues with it. They 100% could have made that system like really successful, in my opinion, for the easier content. And also, the other problem was absolutely difficulty, by the way. They let you do public for Bone Skinner. Good luck with that. And the thing is, this is a really important thing with queue finders. If you go in a queue finder and you don't have like a 90% success rate, people are never hitting that button ever again, because they're going to go in, get owned, get kind of dejected, and go like, well, this sucks. I'm not going to use the system if it's going to just make me lose and, like, you know, quote unquote waste my time. Like, if you have a queue system, it must succeed. Okay, it absolutely must succeed. There is a reason that you could like tank LFR in WoW on a healer, right? It's because they want you to go in there and be able to kill it, right? Basically every single time. ArenaNet actually talked about this a little bit too, by the way, and they're completely right on this. They talked about freezy, like public freezy. One of the reasons why public freezy does work, guys, as a queue system, yeah, that's a strike mission, guys, remember? That is a queue system, auto queue for a strike mission. One of the reasons why that works so effectively is because they said from their data, if you have at least 6 people in the instance, the success rate, I believe, was around 90%. Don't quote me on that exact, but that they talked about this a little bit on stream. They talked about the numbers. The success rate of that with over 6 people is basically 90%. That is the kind of number you need for a group finder system. Polish that up a little bit. Polish it up a little bit. Make it so you can actually leave the instance or replace people. And then honestly, like, there's something you could actually work with there, in my opinion.
I think so too. And then more people get to actually enjoy the content. You know, like the regular LFG will still exist for like harder content people will want to engage with. I think that would be so huge for the game, honestly. I also think a big issue that like the public strikes had was just that it was kind of buried, right? Like you had to go to a very specific place, and then you had to like press the public button. Oh my gosh! Like if there would be like, you know, like how there's the little UI buttons in the top left, like where you press the Wizard's Vault,
little group finder icon,
Yeah, if there was like a little group finder icon, and then you can do the daily strike or something, and it just throws you into a super easy version, like just super easy. You have a daily reward for doing it. I think that would be huge for Guilders 2. Again, an extremely different playstyle though. I have also seen some people sort of criticize the idea of this because they're like, well, I like talking with people, right? I like having that conversation on an LFG and stuff. The idea of something like this would very much be for this to be an additional thing you can engage with, right? Not to just replace the current sort of like raid and strike scene, but very much to sort of have this super accessible way to engage with the content, and get more people to enjoy it. Which, yeah, it's honestly like one of the things on my wish list.
Yeah.
Also, I just want them to fix the boon bar. Oh, that's like, if that's like a part of one of the QOL things, I'll be so happy.
To be honest, that would unironically, for me, be worth the 6-month content drought. If they say we're adding UI customization, yes! Log in.
Oh my
Huge.
gosh.
Yeah, if you could actually move stuff around, even if they basically added like essentially like similar functionality to Final Fantasy or WoW with edit mode, right? In those games, that would be so huge. If they were doing that, or if it was like Guild Wars 1, right, and you could actually like move stuff around, like filter stuff and resize it, that would just be insane. If they were able to implement something like that. They haven't mentioned that, so unfortunately, guys, bad news.
No.
That ain't happening. But yeah, that would be huge if they were able to actually implement that into the game.
That's my wish list for sure. Just like, or just let me like, we've talked about this, right? But like the boons jumping around, I want them to have a static position, right? Like quickness is always at a certain position on my screen.
Yeah.
I think that some of the newer weapons are so hurt by the boon bar. Like the LE pistol with like the bullets and stuff. That bothers me so much. Like trying to keep track of which bullets you have. You're looking at these tiny icons that are jumping around. Apparently, there are like add-ons now that can show you a clear UI whether you have like a bullet or something. I always feel a bit hesitant installing add-ons like that.
Yeah, it's because it's not explicitly allowed. It's very much like use at your own risk.
Exactly.
Because there is essentially a weak auras implementation. For those who don't know, weak auras is an add-on in World of Warcraft that basically lets you display any effect that's on your character any way you want. You can basically any information that you have about the game that the game has in the API, you can make it display it in any way you like. You can make it cover your entire screen. You can make it glow. You can make it bounce up and down, like all that kind of stuff. And there is actually an implementation of this for Guild Wars 2 as well now, like an add-on. But yeah, I completely agree. It's very much a gray area right now. It's not something that I'm comfortable using, especially on stream and as a ArenaNet partner. Use my referral link. Get ready to pre-order the Ultimate and buy one with Lara's as well, guys. Okay. Oh my god. Dude, look, you've got your ult. You've got your ult, guys. Like you need 2 accounts with the Ultimate. You might as well get the 4K gems. You're gonna swipe in the next expansion. Look, they're gonna be dropping bikini skin after. You're gonna need the gems, guys. Okay, you're gonna need that. Like, it's gonna be every single year new bikini skin. That's how they're funding like the.
Oh my god.
That's how they're funding like the entire studio. Like, look, that's how they're keeping the lights on, guys. It's just like more and more swimwear, right? It's really that simple. So yeah, get ready for that. I don't know where I was going with that, to be honest.
I think we've kind of covered it, haven't we? Is there any other expansion predictions, thoughts before Tuesday?
I think that's honestly about it. Like, I think that is... I guess the only thing that we haven't really talked about is, like, what new feature could they add? But I honestly wouldn't be that upset if they didn't add one. It was like, we're saying, oh yeah, elite specs of the feature. Right? Because I don't really feel like the game needs anything new. Like, I'd almost prefer if they didn't, if you know what I mean? Because, like, do we really need, like, another thing, right? Another layer to the game? You know, I'm not sure if we do. I think it might be better to just do elite specs and call it a day.
Yeah, and again, like, sort of cleaning up the game a little bit
Yeah.
at the same time, right? Like, merging some systems together, streamlining things. Again, we'd really like to see some stuff like an LFG duty finder style experience, or I would like to see, like, sort of story dungeons or something like that, but yeah. It doesn't have to reinvent the wheel, you know?
Exactly,
Just
yeah,
like
yeah.
iterating on what they've got sounds pretty good to me. And solid content. That's what we need.
We
need,
do.
like,
yeah, like to me that's actually the really big one, and it's something that look, I'm not gonna bring it up now. I'll probably bring it up at some point in the future. But I think this is actually something that people really need to have tempered expectations on this one. Elite specs are really hype, but if I think about again like the kind of the weaknesses of the new model, it hasn't been systems. Like spears have been good, right? Like homesteads have been good. Like a couple of issues, but broadly good, right? The place where we've struggled is content, right? Like specifically open world and specifically story content. That's where we need to see that improvement, and that's what they need. That's what they need to hit. They need to get that hit big time.
Yeah, because weirdly enough, instance content, right? It's a little light compared to some of the other MMOs out there, right? But instance content has actually been pretty good recently. Like with the raids and Jennifer Waltz. Kinfall, I think, was received quite well. I actually quite enjoy Kinfall. So yeah, open world is kind of the big one, I think. The big one where I'd like to see them really shine this time around.
Yeah. Okay, and on that note, I've got to go. I have to go and interview a candidate to join my raiding guild. That's right. It's literally a job interview. Okay, it's
Wait,
like
is it on stream.
No, I'm not gonna do it. That would be extreme. That would be content, but no, like we're not. We're not going that far yet. Okay, like not yet. Live log review, live flame. But yeah, I'm gonna.
You gotta stall because I'm about to go live.
Oh, like, go live so I can raid you. Hit the button.
You gotta
hit
stall.
the button.
You gotta stall.
Yeah, I hit the button now because I gotta go in like 1 minute.
Oh no.
Okay.
Hold on, I need a stream title.
Hit the button.
Oh, what's a good stream title?
Hold on. Bow Ellie, Bow Wizard. Say Bow Wizard confirmed. You have to do one of my stream titles, okay? Don't know something. You do like normal streams that actually makes sense. Okay, like add a title that has no coherence whatsoever. That's what you need to do.
No, it's all caps. I wrote, is Bow Ellie real?
Yes.
Okay, not confirmed. That is too far. That is too far. No. Is Bow Ellie real? That is my stream title. Okay, and I shall go live
Yes.
Right about now.
Okay, and we also look. We will have to do some tea times because we did a fat tea time today. I mean, actually, one more thing before I get out. How does it feel to have saved video games today? How does that feel?
It's pretty good. Feels
Look,
pretty good.
think about
We
that,
did it.
chat. Okay, tea time comes back, and we literally save video games in one hit, like immediately.
Exactly.
That's crazy,
And
no?
this was a little bonus tea time just now.
Yeah,
Like, this
I
is-
wasn't
yeah.
expecting this. It was just like a random bonus tea time. Love to see that. We'll have to do some real ones, some full tea times.
Let's go.
But yeah, all right. I am raiding you, and then I have to go and see if we can find a shadow
hold on.
priest. I'm raiding you. It's
I'm
going
going
through.
live.
Yep.
Right.
The raid's already going.
now.
I don't want to pressure you, but
Oh my God.
it's happening. Yeah. That's it. Okay, everyone here, you watch Lara. Okay, you've now consumed the slop on my channel. You will continue to feast upon slop on her channel. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a
Not
good
so.
time.
This is a good stream. This
No,
is a
they
hype
they
stream.
view that as a compliment. Like they actually prefer it. Like they prefer
They
slop.
prefer the soul.
They do actually. They've openly like if there's no teaser, they say where's the slop? Like hand it over. Like hand over the slop.
Wow. This is a bizarre start to my stream.
Yeah. Okay. I'm out. I'm leaving you in capable hands of Lara,
Bye-bye.
savior of video games, savior of
Absolutely.
my referral link. Okay, very good. All right, I'm out of here. Boom. I'm out in
Bye-bye.
both. I'm leaving in every way.